is in the comment section.
There are multiple arguments for antinatalism, and you can read all of them on Wikipedia. The main reason for me is the following. 1. Consent is not possible in procreation. No one can dispute this. We cannot ask babies whether they want to be born or not. 2. There is pain in life. There cannot be any dispute over this one either. Everyone will experience at least a moment of pain in his or her entire life. 3. We do not harm non-existent babies by not creating them. Therefore, it is clear that procreation is wrong. It is imposing life on someone without his or her consent. It is forcing them into a situation in which they will have to go through pains, not to mention the manipulation by raising and educating them. And we could avoid all of this simply by not having them, which does not bring any harm to them. It is baffling that this simple argument goes over people's heads. This shows that nature, in this case, has such a strong grip that it pulverizes our logic, understanding.
I mean, rights are kind of, and like consent-based rights. I mean, they're useful tools, but if you were to take that logic to its extreme, you could also say that like you're not allowed to take a child to the doctor if it doesn't want to go because it doesn't consent, despite the fact that you're trying to prevent pain. So it is what it is. But I say what matters is just the suffering prevention. You can add in consent what makes you feel happy, but it's just instrumental.
Alright, yeah, I listened to Steve Godfrey and
Hello again. Trying to find a video worth watching about the subject of antinatalism, evilism, promortalism, stuff like that, topics. Stratifying primordialism. Surely someone's talked about primordialism in the last week and put it in the tag of some sort. What is this?
So I am going to upload videos where I talk about how I really think about things, and yeah, I will try to be honest, and I don't want to philosophically and rhetorically mask, just because there are people out there who can't differentiate between a person and their argument and the way they present their argument and the argument itself, and yeah, and so on. And no, I won't articulate myself perfectly. No, I'm not a rhetorical genius. I'm far away from that, from being that, and yeah, I do not have the resources to make clinical videos, 100% clean videos with perfect structure and where I explain things in the most efficient and perfect.
Why is it important to educate yourself and others about antinatalism and evilism? The average being/human has the ability to procreate within their lifetime. Therefore, it is highly likely that you have it as well. But why is it important to inform yourself about it just because you have the ability to procreate? The reason for it is because procreation doesn't only involve
Shay is the dude that goes and hops freight. I don't know why. You want you to watch Shay, but Shay's pretty awesome. I'm subscribed already, you know. You can see that. But yeah, he's cool. Maybe I'll watch Shay. But first I'll look up laser microwave. Nice. That's pretty metal. I'm not gonna watch that, but that's pretty metal. Nice.
The most powerful CW laser build
Aren't
I've
those
shown on this
lasers on the
channel.
order of milliwatts?
Now, in order to visualize this ridiculous
Hi, I'm Tyler Folse. I'm a nuclear engineer with a little over 10 years of experience in the commercial nuclear power industry, from engineering to operations to emergency response. I don't claim to know everything there is nuclear, but I can certainly share some knowledge. Today we're going to be looking.
That means you probably won't be seeing these in stores anytime soon. Alright, so the beam's flashy and all, but how good is it at cooking food? Let's start with a piece of toast. That smells so good. As you can tell,
That blue glow actually reminds me of the Cherenkov radiation you see in.
It's beautiful. It's really God's work. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Speaking of God, yeah, we were talking about like mainland earlier today and a bunch of wacky ass shit. It was pretty fun. It's great times, great times. And by we, I mean like past me. Have you ever banned S9 trolls? Yeah, I mean, based on right now you're not too annoying. You're asking me like trolly-ish questions, just kind of like random questions, but like they're like the border of trollish. But if you were to like start like just being like annoying forever, yeah, you'd be on the ban hammer list. It happens to some people. If they just like purposely go to the channel and like get off topic when I'm like talking about shit. If if I'm not talking about anything like I'm right now, I don't give a damn. If I'm like in big conversation, like talking about ethics, and someone just comes in and it's just like, "What's your favorite brand of salami?" I'm gonna be like, "Goodbye." So it is what it is, you know. And then if it is like, someone just like going like, "Yeah, man, I fuck pigs," or some weird shit like that, like says some like weird bestiality comment or something, just to like try to like trigger me because I care about animal ethics, they'll be like, I immediately just banhammer them. It's just like they don't deserve to be here to fuck with my time. They just get banhammered. So the banhammer. For the record, a lot of the stuff that's in here is just stuff that I want to watch. Don't believe everything. It's like mud floods and like conspiracy theory shit. And, like I don't actually believe any of that. It's just interesting. So just for me wondering why I have like weird ass conspiracy theory videos in my watch later. It's because I find them interesting, not because I actually buy into them. Who's Mainlander? Well, Mainlander's this German philosopher, basically. He's a pessimist. And my boy, Philippe Mainlander, killed himself, one. So, big balls. But, two, the reason he killed himself. Now, he believed, basically, that all that matters is to reduce suffering. So that's one reason, But I mean, I just do both, man. I don't have guidelines for my streams where I either talk about that or that. I just do both. It's like someone wants to do Q&A, they can do Q&A. If they want to talk about ethylism, they'll talk about ethylism. I am a man of chaos. But but yeah, what was the question again? Mainlander, yeah. Basically, he offed himself. He offed himself because he wanted to reduce net suffering and stuff like that. And he believed that there was a will to death. He essentially believed that like God killed itself, and that the universe is just God's corpse, and that we all basically are influenced by God's will to seek death and our own destruction. Nah, it's cool. I don't mind suggestions. I just prefer to, do whatever I feel like doing spontaneously. So, but it is good advice to do one at a time. That way, people, be drawn in for certain reasons and stuff. But, at the same time, I like the chaos.
Hey,
But I
this
click.
is Ben.
Open-ended, close my whatever. Give him an F list like 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half ago. Became an antinatalist like 3 years ago. And yeah, was like a vegan advocate for like the last 4 years, I'd say, maybe 5. Didn't go vegan until last year. Not really vegan. I went vegan, now I'm plant-based. So now I'm like plant-based, but I'm pro-hunting because I'm like an etholist. So I'm pro-hunting, pro-fishing. But, you know.
Welcome back to the prison called life. Dead MF back again with another video. Woo! There's a reward for all of this. You know, you want to know if there's a prize for all of this. You want to know if there's something special after this, because this life is not special, you know. So you want to know if there's something special after this life, you know. That's why you're looking to ask if there's an afterlife, because you're looking for something better than this. But notice one thing, man, about people who are reincarnated. You know, people who are reincarnated, they always claim to be some king of some ancient kingdom. You know, oh, I was an ancient pharaoh in ancient Egypt and I used to hoard mystical knowledge. You know, it's like, wow, you were something special. You know, oh, I was an ancient king in ancient Greece. You know, it's like, damn, you reincarnated. You know, for me, I've always said, well, when you die, you go back to the place you were in before you were born. You know, I mean, if you come from nothing, it only makes absolute sense that when you die, you go back into the same nothingness. You know, I mean, you gotta see it as, if you want to talk about reincarnation and you going back to the same place you were in before you were born, you gotta think about that recycling logo. You know, that logo for recycling, the one that's shaped like this, you know, like a triangle. Uh, I mean, think about it, man. Here you are, you know, in whatever place you're in before you were born.
I don't know, man. I think I was just non-existent. Yeah, man. I understand that. Sometimes people cutting grass and shit, and you just black it the fuck out. It's the nature of unconsciousness, my dude. Sometimes you just are conscious, and other times you're just like zooted le dooted. Zoot doot. Zooted, my dude. Yo, yo, yo. Welcome to the club. We are big vibing. Think we're playing some Apex Legends, potentially. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. While I wait for comments and questions and stuff of that nature. Yeah. Basically, just consider me a free source of information in regards to decision making and life advice and ethical pondering, like a little guy to pontificate off of. A little dude, to be specific, because I am only 5'7". I'm pretty short. So, I'm the little dude of a little bit of knowledge. Mount Fuji? That sounds wild, bro. I mean, I enjoy hiking, so I suppose I would enjoy going to like Mount Fuji or some shit like that. Been to some mountains in like Hawaii. It's pretty enjoyable. Nice hike. Very scenic. I actually don't mind flights. Flights are kind of fun in my opinion. You just like scared of them, like you're nervous, or is it just like you get motion sick or something? No, I didn't see your comment about channel gift gas. What about it? Oh, it's another train hopping thing. That's understandable, I guess. I mean, I don't really have too many irrational fears other than syringes, so I understand why people do have them. So I feel you, my dude. Just walking in the night is fun. I used to do that with friends sometimes back in the day, back in like 2019, 2020. Back when things were better. But you know, ripperoni. Ripperoni that was time. What do I enjoy watching? Anime, I guess. House. Um, antinatalist content, philosophical content, political content, kind of anime. Uh, like Fate Zero, Fate Stay Night, sci-fi stuff like Psychopaths. I don't know. Uh, romance animes like Spice and Wolf. You know, just a bunch of different type of anime. Like I watch all types of anime to be honest. So Hunter X Hunter. I don't know. There's a bunch of good ones. Katana Gatari. Yeah, I've seen Jujutsu no Kaisen. I haven't seen the newest season, but I've seen season 1. An 8-hour flight, my dude? Dang, that sucks. Well, best of luck. I mean, you got this. Once you get into the plane, you're pretty much trapped there anyway, so it's like, once you get on, you just deal with it. You got it. Yeah, I got my general education at NWTC, Northwest Technical College. So, technically, yes, I have got my education a little bit from trade school. But, yeah, it's not particularly anything fancy or special, so. Also went to a private college for 3 years, didn't graduate, dropped out, and yeah, that was fun. Nah, it was okay. Playing with some bronzes right now. Great. I don't watch vegan games. I'll recommend people watch vegan games if like they're trying to bulk up, but I don't really watch them, to be honest. But if you want to bulk up, it's good for it. But I don't really watch his channel very often. But no, I haven't seen the thing about them painting pigs black in China. I mean, I believe it. China does like anything they can to sell things. There's a bunch of campy whores. But when it comes down to it, they're a bunch of ANCAPs, basically. Anarcho, communism, capitalism. It's like all three combined. Not really anarchy, really. It's like it's tyranny. It's like capitalism's anarchy. We have no regulations in the capitalism. It's a pure anarchy capitalist. Will you watch next? I don't know. I guess. Let's scroll through the interwebs. Hmm. My teammate revived me. Play the game again. Also, that means I lost the game because I just lost the game. Okay. There we go. I got my mic working again. It just turned off for no particular reason whatsoever. How to build a supersonic. What the fuck am I? Oh, cool. I like these videos.
Hi, my big secret is that I just read the John F. Kennedy assassination report and found out that my grandfather, Edward Grady Parton, may have been behind the president's murder. That's big news to me, and I hope you have a beautiful day.
Everybody thinks that. Fuck off. Oh, my grandfather was part of the. No, fuck off.
I just decided that
Yeah,
I need
sure
to leave
thing.
my husband.
Oh, that's saucy.
I'm trying to leave, but I can't. Come on! So, a couple years ago, my great grandmother passed away. And so, when I went to Florida for the funeral, after the ceremony, my grandmother took my great grandmother's ashes and went to where my great-grandfather's ashes were, and she put them in the same grave, which was ironic because they got divorced when my grandma was 10. So she didn't tell anybody about it, but it was her last act of trying to get them back together.
I'm sure most people don't know this about me, but I was arrested once and taken to jail. There was a fight going on in the front yard of a party, and I went out on the front steps, not knowing that in a condominium, the front steps are public property. They don't belong to the condo owner. And I had just grabbed a beer. And instead of breaking up the fight, the police came around through the bushes, one policeman, and grabbed my wrists and broke my watch band. And it was a very special watch my parents had given me. So I leaned down to get the watch, and the policeman turned a dog on me. I pulled
It's not a
away,
big
and then
secret,
I
bro.
was arrested for resisting
Unless
arrest,
you just
put in
want
a
to talk
paddy
about that.
wagon. Then we got to the police station, they locked me up. But I understand police brutality. I understand being arrested when you haven't done anything wrong, and I'm very sorry for anybody else who has experienced this.
Well, that's cool. You got that
Mi
after chest.
secreto es que me estoy muy enojada porque no puedo ir a las manifestaciones en contra del racismo por mi situación en el país.
I have been lying on my resume that I was a double major ever since I graduated college.
Yeah.
And that I had a 3.5 GPA. It was definitely not the case. More of like a C student. Walking off.
Well, good for her.
All right, my secret is
Getting
that
away with
I'm
it.
completely illiterate. I never learned how to read or write.
I have an imaginary friend, which is my right hand, and his name is Jeff. And I am double jointed in both my thumbs, so it's kind of freaky.
Not really, but standard kid thing
I
to
am
say.
partially red-green colorblind.
It's not much of a secret, G. Believe me, but having your my age, you'll have more
secretly
cool thing.
fear
You're like, I done cocaine,
that
not a
I
hooker.
have created my son's behavioral problems.
Oh, you definitely did.
Anything negative about my son is my fault.
Probably.
I love my family, but I'm absolutely terrified of my father.
My secret is that my parents think that I will spend the rest of my life with them and that I will just be with them every step of the way. But in reality, I know that once I become an adult, I'm going to get away as far away as I can.
When I was 17, I lived in a small town in Texas. I attended a party where I was jumped by 3 men after I came out as homosexual. They cornered me, they asked me questions about my sexuality, and when I tried to walk away, one hit me over the head. I don't remember or recall anything after that. However, I was told by my friends who saw the whole thing go down that they had me on the ground and they were kicking me repeatedly. I managed to get up and run away, and I soon realized that my face was completely shattered. And I had to have multiple reconstructive surgeries on my face, and it's taken me 16 long years to get to a place where I finally feel like I am who I was meant to be because of this. It took a lot of soul searching, a lot of courage, and God, but I managed.
I don't know, it's a secret, bro. I mean, it's probably written all over your face.
I have a dog, and I love my dog, but sometimes I wish that I didn't have a dog.
But I do love you, okay? But I'm just saying. So I don't know if you're familiar with Giardia, but it's an intestinal parasite. And this is years ago, my ex-boyfriend got these shelter cats, and one of them was kind of sick. The cat would get up in the middle of the night just screaming. It reminds me of the scene in Bridesmaids where she was just like pooping in the middle of the street in the dress, like, no, like it's happening. That's what the cat was like. So I'd always be the one up in the middle of the night to take care of the cat. Sure enough, the cat had Giardia. No surprise there. And a few days later, like my stomach just felt weird. And I'm like, oh no, my bowel movements look weird. I was like, oh God, I have Giardia. This is it. It's happening. I remember like telling my ex-boyfriend, he's like, no, you're just a hypochondriac. You just think you have Giardia. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. It's different. Like I know humans can get it. I just really feel like I have it. So one day I had like a really busy day at work and I'm like out to lunch or grab a burrito. I'm like running back to the office, trying to eat my burrito fast, get on the call. I was interviewing someone for a position and I'm on the phone actually at the time with my ex-boyfriend, just chit-chatting, and all of a sudden I had to go. Like I had to go. And I was talking to him. I'm like, I gotta go. I just hung up the phone on him. I couldn't even explain. And I'm like running out of office and like the bathroom's like outside of our office suite down the hall. And I'm running to go to the bathroom. And as soon as I grab the door to go out in the hall, I'm just like, oh God, it's happening. It's happening. I
Women.
was shitting myself. It was terrible. And I'm in the middle of the office in the middle of the day. I had to be on this call in like 5 minutes. And I just, as a grown ass woman, had just pooped myself. And so I like run down to the bathroom. I get in the bathroom. All 3 stalls are occupied, all 3. I'm like, oh God, what do I do? And they're out of paper towels. They're out of paper towels in the bathroom. I'm just like, oh my God, this is my nightmare. How does this happen? So I run down from the bathroom back into the office to like grab my car keys to go home. My office mate, I had to have smelled. Like, it's disgusting. I had to have smelled. And so I grab my bag and I just run. And I'm like, oh no, do I take the elevator? What if I get stuck in the elevator with someone? Ended up going around the stairs, ran down to the stairs, but I'm like, how do I sit in my car? So I take my floor mat, put it in my car seat, and I'm like driving home as fast as I can. I jump into the shower, fully clothed, rinse off, change my clothes, go back to work. And I remember later that day, I was talking to someone in the office. I was like, so it's like, I think I have Giardia. And she's like, you know if you have Giardia. I was like, just looked at her. I was like, I know.
She knew.
What is my secret? It's more than being confused and more than being afraid and more than I want to find my voice and have the courage to say, the Beatles say, listen, do you want to know a secret? Do you promise not to tell? And then they say, I'm in love with you. Maybe it's hard for me to love myself, but at the same time, it's happening.
Hey guys, Thoraya here. Just want to let you guys know that to be safe, I do have a mark on the ground, so people are far enough from the mic not to touch it. Also, after every single person goes, I make sure to clean the mic. You can never be too careful, right?
I might need to rephrase your question. Is it that, like, would I agree to live for all of this lifetime if there was a guaranteed chance I'd never be reformed again? I'm an identity nihilist, so I'm already saying no. We're already, my atoms are already never going to be coagulated in the same way as they are right now. They're already being reformed in different arrangements. So, I don't know. If you're just saying, like, would I be immortal to guarantee this is the one life that anybody would ever experience? So, like, I just live forever and then, like, the universe stops forever. I'd do that exchange, sure. But that's pretty valid. Anyways. I'm bored. Yeah, I'm bored. Gonna remove that. Gonna remove that. Got 2 people watching me on YouTube. I'm debating if I want to continue doing YouTube or if I want to. Yeah. Yeah. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna grab my phone and see how much it's charged. Won't the atoms recycle again? I don't believe that. Based on the laws of the universe, eventually entropy will occur and a heat death will happen and everything will just be separated far apart, so the atoms won't recycle again. So no, I don't think so. No, not necessarily. The atoms will just spread out and eventually detach molecules and become nothing but just floaty boys wisping around the universe. Not attached to anything enough to make anything organic. Life is really rare. It takes very specific events to occur. It's very unlikely you'll ever go to something sentient again. Consider eternity isn't there a chance? I don't know, man. Once the atoms are all gonzo, it's just kind of gonzo, right? Like, I mean, it's possible. It's possible, I suppose, but I feel like it's unlikely that it would occur. And given possibilities like Philippe Mainlander, I'd say it's also fairly unlikely. I mean, if there was a god, it would destroy itself permanently if it could, and it's very likely we're in the stage of its destruction right now. So I believe there's other possibilities more likely than a recurring universe. pretty much. It's like it's chaotic and crazy and full of suffering for no reason. I think it's basically just a corpse of God, infinite possibilities taken on a deterministic form. But who knows? Do I really believe in supernatural deity? Well, you can call it the singularity or something other than a god, I suppose. But I mean, they basically look at like the beginning of time as like infinite potentiality, like a singularity, and then it became a deterministic form for the Big Bang. You can call that God, or you can call it just a random universal starting event, but man, that's pretty much how I see the universe beginning. I don't really know though, but do I see it as a deity per se? Well, it's a conscious thing. I'd say like I don't know, like 50-50, but I'd like to think that it's something that has the intention of never starting again. So I'd like to think it's a god for our own sake, but that's about it. For our own sake. Yeah, I think it's kind of the nature of God to be like the only thing that's self-contingent, that doesn't have like something else that's contingent upon. It's just like the nature of God. But I mean, that's kind of the always the out, because otherwise there's no explanation for the universe. It's just like, well, what is it? And it's just like, well, it comes down to something that's non-contingent, which I mean would be like a singularity or God or something like that. So. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, singularities or whatever, or God or whatever, it would just feel like something that's like basically not like contingent for Well, not contingent, I should say, for whatever reason. That reason I can't really point to. I don't really know. I mean, I'm a philosopher related to that subject. I'm more related to moral philosophy and ethics, but the topic of God is always interesting. A singularity is like infinite possibilities kind of compressed in the ball. Like all the atoms all in one spot, about to go in every. There we go. My mic's working again, I think. Okay. Imagine every atom just compressed into a little ball or whatever, like as you said, but then like every atom potentially going in every direction, everywhere, all at once. Like so basically yeah, singularity is like everything compressed into like a single point, stagnant and about to take upon every single possibility that could ever occur. That's a singularity. It's just like everything possible all at one point. Well, there's no signs for God, so they're not alive. That's for sure. Yeah, that's basically my observation as well. There's no evidence of a living God, so I don't believe in a living God. At least not a benevolent one. That's for sure. But based off of what Philippe Mainlander says and Eastern religion, that like if God is perfect, if the contingent event is perfect, then it would have no reason to create anything because its imagination would be perfect. It would have every possibility of every single thing that could ever be created within itself as a singularity, all possibilities within itself. So it would have no reason to create anything. It would only have a reason to destroy itself. So if it's a singularity of all possibilities, it has no reason to create, only to destroy. So it basically took upon a deterministic form and destroying itself as a singularity to basically reach entropy and annihilate itself. So yeah, there is no God. There's just a dead corpse, which we call the universe. We are the corpse of the singularity. Yeah, exactly. Why would they need us? They don't. They can just imagine creatures just like us in their minds. They wouldn't need to create us little things. Do. His imagination must be infinite times better than ours. Yeah, exactly. So it's like when people act like God gets lonely or whatever, so he made us. It's like no, God doesn't get lonely. It's like God can imagine a wife, children, universes. God can imagine universes like to the point of like beyond photorealism. Like he doesn't need to create anything. Like all things are contained within the mind of God and in his mind realities. So it's just like God as a singularity is all possibilities. He doesn't need to create. All things exist within himself. So God only, and because God doesn't need to create anything, God doesn't do anything without reason. The only thing God can really do is destroy itself. So hence God is dead, and evidence is that we are here. So that means God must have became the universe, because he doesn't create, he only destroys itself. So heck game, if you got imagination, you got everything. Yeah, exactly. Glad you should get it. But yeah, it's an interesting philosophy. I mean, it basically just implies that everything. I mean, if you've ever felt suicidal in your life, basically Philippe Manlander would just say, "Yeah, that's God's will," kind of just creeping into your mind and stuff of that nature. So, no, I'm not saying it's God's will, but Philippe Manderlander has some good points. I mean, I'm just saying, like a lot of stuff checks out. But don't listen to God, homie. You have far more important things to do in this plane. We must prevent net suffering. We gotta prevent birth before we off ourselves. Wow. Remember, we gotta prevent net suffering, so we gotta prevent birth before we end our lives. Though I am pro-suicide, I am pro-mortalist, so. But only for us, sadly, in old age, when our minds are degrading and we are no longer useful as tools for our ideologies. Basically. We are the corpse of God manifesting ourselves, and but yeah, if you're wondering like how evolution fits into Fleet Mainlander's worldview, it's basically just like because everything's trying to like destroy itself essentially, like split apart through entropy. Basically, there's a singular the first life form is kind of like a singularity of biology, and then it starts to split apart once again, just as the universe did, and devour itself and destroy itself, getting more complexity and more ability to eat and destroy, multiply, and diversity, and basically just get to the point where it can completely annihilate all life. So, like, what is the silliness of the religion people just basically, we are smarter than religion. We don't need it anymore. We don't need gods. We are the gods. No, I think Philly Manor is saying that like God quite literally is a singularity. Like not that the singularity created God, more that like God is a singularity, or that like or that they're one of the same. That like God's like basically this being of infinite potentiality, essentially. This brings Deus Ex Machina to mind. No, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, bro. It's honestly Philippe Manlander is some of the dopest shit ever. Like, you generally have to read. I'm gonna have to read it once it comes out in English. But if you can read German or Spanish, you gotta read some Philosophy of Redemption. Heard it's like some like the most crazy shit. Like here's this is the thing. Philosophy of Redemption was written by Mainlander. He killed himself after writing it, and then his sister wrote the second half, and then she killed herself after writing the second half. So all I'm saying is that whatever he has written in that book is some deep shit about the nature of the universe that the mind cannot handle. Wow, but in the yeah, basically, it's just like I want to know what's in that book, but yeah, it's some saucy shit. I'm sure it's just like, well, you read it and then you're just like, well, I guess life is just a lie. But yeah, I can't wait to read it. It's my bucket list of things to do before I take the L on this earth. Is to read Philosophy of Redemption. It's basically just about like socialism and bettering the world while preventing as much suffering as possible and not procreating and basically just all everybody just committing exit. Truly a beautiful work. Cannot wait to read. I think I'm just gonna sit right here. How do we change people like your brother? How have you convinced him? My brother thinks I'm right. He just doesn't care. My brother thinks that pain is obviously bad for the one who experiences it, and that all that other stuff. But when it comes like things like the Izot gap, he's like naturally just kind of like understood the Izot gap or whatever, and it's just like lol, like. But I don't care because no one else cares, so therefore I'm gonna do what I want to do, and you can't stop me. So basically, my brother is just a piece of shit, and you can't really stop people from being a piece of shit. I think Amendum's just right at this point. Where it's just like I'm trying to find someone to convince me that Amendum's not right. That it's just either you get it or you're an idiot. Either you feel enough pain in your life to understand that pain really, truly, viscerally fucking sucks. That's more than just yeah, man. It's like it's kind of not my thing, man. Yeah, that's not rational. If he prevents even one person from birth, it's a law. Yeah, exactly. But like for them, it's just like yeah, I mean, pain's bad. It's like what I also don't mind it that much. So but I'm cool for whatever, and so other people should be cool for whatever, and I'm cool with causing suffering to other people. It doesn't bother me, and if it doesn't bother me, it can't be that bad. That's basically their logic. So they're kind of just like they understand that like all things being equal, pain sucks, but at the same time, that because they don't feel it, they don't care. Basically, because they don't feel it, it's not important to them. It's not a occupying part of their mind. It's not something that they want to spend their time worrying about when it comes to other people's suffering. So I think yeah, Menem's right. He would just idiots, you know. It's just you either get it, you get the other people's sufferings equal to your own. That there's no reason you should be trying to get gains at the gym rather than doing something far more valuable, like prevent people from giving birth, you know. Basically, selfish bug. 100%. But yeah, it's just human nature. Can't really. Don't really expect much else from Colin. How can it not be equal? Suffering, suffering. Well, suffering, but when it's your own suffering, you feel it and you care about it. And when it's someone else suffering, you don't feel it. And whether you care about it is an individual experience / choice or whatever. And my brother, he just doesn't care. So, and he also thinks that it's like a worthwhile exchange for those people to be like, in those situations, like, oh, well, they wouldn't exist if someone didn't want to exploit them for cash. So therefore, it's actually a good thing that we brought them into existence to be exploited. Like that's genuinely what he thinks. It's a good thing to bring people into existence so long as you can make use of them. It's not that he doesn't think they feel it. It's just Colin doesn't care that they feel it. He doesn't think that their feelings matter to much. Well, not it's not. It's not that they don't even matter. It's so Colin's like, oh, their feelings matter. They just don't matter to me. Or I guess more another way to put it is like their feelings matter, but their feelings wouldn't even exist if it weren't for me making them a little wage slave consequentially anyways. So basically Colin's like playing the game of like he plays the game of like any life's a good life so long as they're alive type of thing. Like you could be literal sex slave or wherever the fuck, but so long as Colin's cock is by supply and demand is what brought you into existence, Colin did you a favor. So that's basically Colin's logic. So if you haven't got it, I kind of hate my brother's guts. So life simp, 100%. Yeah, Colin's scared of death. He's always been scared of death. Even after I basically showed him that God's bullshit, religion's bullshit, he still wanted to believe in the afterlife because he's scared of dying. So yeah, Colin is 100% a life simp. He's big life simp. This dude will go to the gym and work out like grind set shit like that every day because he basically gets like anxiety if he's not doing things. So he purposely puts his body through physical exertion to distract himself with coping mechanisms. So yeah, he basically is just the definition of toxic masculinity and life simping. So yeah, kind of hate my brother, but it's okay. He waiting for Sisyphus to finish his set so he can use the equipment. Yeah, basically. Brother's just like, oh, instead of everybody else around him is just like, this sucks. Why in the hell are we here? And Colin's just like, to get gained, bruh. And I'm like, no, fuck off, Colin. To get bitches and hoes, man. Brother's also an asshole in the way he treats women. He basically just uses them for sex and discards them. So, what do I feel about that? I feel like it's silly Billy shit. The fact that people saying it's all futile. Because as you said a little bit earlier, if you prevent even one person from coming into existence, that's an entire lifetime of pain prevented. So people that act like it's futile or silly because it's just like, well, you stumbled across antinatalism and you were convinced by it. People like Lawrence Anton, they were convinced by it. People like Cardinal Consideration, they wanted to have kids and they were convinced by it. So it's like there's plenty of people who wanted to have kids at one point in their life or another who no longer want to have kids, or at least don't want to procreate because of ethical reasons now. Even if they want to have kids, they don't want to cause pain over their desire to have kids. So I don't know. The way I look at it is like the defeatism is just kind of, I don't know, silly. Like, there's no reason to be a defeatist, honestly. Like, there's stuff you can do. I do activism every Wednesday for last summer, basically, and I've been congratulated for doing good work by people that agree and disagree. And I just saw somebody upload a video about how all futile. I think they're talking about the unavoidable death. Well, yeah, I mean, death is unavoidable, but who gives a shit? Death is a good thing. I mean, life's not that all that great, guys. I mean, who gives a fuck if we die? It's like, frankly, it's like, okay, cool. I consider this a win-win. I gotta escape this joint at some point. Wow. Why are y'all complaining? Y'all are like, oh my god, this ends? Whoa, it's all pointless. And I'm like, No, I think it was pointless from the beginning. The fact that it ends is just a fucking win, bro. I'm not sure what they're talking about specifically. Yeah, me neither, man. Me neither. Because I don't think they know what the fuck they're talking about. I think they're just like, oh, because there's no God, everything's pointless. And I'm just kind of like, okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just fucking freaky, man. I generally don't know what people. It's just like if there's a God, it doesn't make any difference. It's just like, okay, so what? God tells you to do something, you're gonna do it just because He says so. Cool. It's like okay, clearly that's not the case. Otherwise, you're just peeling the power like a little simp. I don't know, people, man. I just think I don't know. It's like you can't deny that pain exists, and you can't deny that it's viscerally real. That there's like a difference between eating a cupcake, as Venom says, or having a nail in the eye. That like there is a fucking difference. Like it's not like you can deny that. Like and that is something of value. That there is some type of experience being had there. That's like inherently something that should be avoided when you have a nail in the eye, and something that is a good thing that should have occurred when you get something cupcakey and happy. Like I don't fucking get it. Like yeah, it's just like with moral subjectivists. Basically, yeah, it's just like to me, it's mind-boggling. Because it's like denying that like you need air to breathe. It's like we all do it, we all experience it. If you don't breathe, you die. If you feel pain, you go ow. What you know? I don't know, it's just like viscerally obvious to me. So it's like impossible. It's like things that are impossible to deny by Brant Gill. Number one, pain is shitty. Number two, pleasure when it occurs, if it's real, is good. It's like I don't know. It's just like fucking people that deny that pain is bad. It's just fucking. I think they're idiots. I generally do. Like I agree with Amendum that there's just something wrong with their brain. I just died. Forgot. Yeah, can't jump without energy. There's fall damage. I'm playing Apex Legends. There's no fall damage. Let's see. The only thing that pisses me off more than people that deny morality 100%, because like there's like moral nihilists, and then there's moral anti-realists, and then there's moral subjectivists. Moral subjectivists and moral anti-realists often are very similar, and not much between them in difference. There's just literally just behavioral differences. Like one will argue for a position, and another one will say that it doesn't matter. Like the anti-realists say it doesn't matter, and they're like, I just don't care. Morality is a nonsense thing. And then the subjectivists are like, morality is a nonsense thing, but I like to argue and make people agree with me and be agreeable. So ha ha ha, aka Anton. So, when it comes down to it, yeah, moral subjectivists, I have beef with them. Like it's just like, because at least moral nihilists, they're just like, nothing matters. I can't see even a reaping of benefit, a reaping of value, nothingness. Like I think they're idiots, but like I feel like if I met them in the woods and started prying the rib cage open and peeling their skin off, it's going to be really difficult for them to deny that pain has value. But at least I have respect for the fact that they're consistent with their positioning and just are like, like nothing matters, you know. But then there's people like moral anti-realists and moral anti-realists are just like, no, nothing matters. But hear me out, guys. I don't like it when I suffer, and it also disturbs me when my mom suffers. So I'm gonna say suffering is subjectively bad for me, and I don't want it to occur. So I empathize with you as a being who also suffers, because I don't like it myself, and I don't like when my in-group suffers. That's basically moral anti-realists. They're have like this empathy thing. They're like, oh, I'm not a bad guy. I empathize with you. I don't believe it actually matters, but I empathize with you. And then there's moral subjectivism, aka Lawrence Anton, who is just like, none of this matters. There is no God. This is an amoral universe. Babies getting fucked, thrown off bridges, your grandma being raped. Amoral universe, just as valid as if you gave her a handshake, patted them on the back, and said that they deserve life and love. Amoral universe. But for Lawrence, it's similar to the anti-realist, where it's just like, but this disturbs me. But for some reason, it's even weirder, because at least with the moral anti-realist, he's just like, oh, this is about empathy. For Lawrence, it's like, it's about empathy, but it's also about like consistency at the same time. So it's like he wants to be consistent, but it also doesn't have a grounding base. He doesn't have a grounding base. So he has no reason to think that. So basically, he's like, I'm trying to convince everybody to not have kids because he's an antinatalist. Okay, so I'm Lawrence. I'm role playing Lawrence. Hi, I'm Lawrence. I want people to stop having kids. This is a bad thing. And I think it's bad because I feel this. Not because I think it really matters, but because I don't like pain and it disturbs me when I see people in pain. It's not that pain's actually bad, but it disturbs me. And so therefore, I'm going to tell you that having kids is bad, not because having kids is bad, but because it's beneficial for myself if you don't have a kid. So I want to basically lie to you and convince you that something's wrong, even when it's not wrong, to benefit my perspective of the world. Because I'm a subjectivist, and my subjective perspective is what matters to me. Boop, 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 doop, boop, doop, boop, boop. Everybody just values their own perspective. Perspectives are cool. Fuck you, Anton. Love you. Your content's great. I just don't like that you're a subjectivist. But yeah, it pisses me off. If you can't tell that it pisses me off, it really does piss me off. It just doesn't make sense to my brain. Like, this just is topsy-turvy land. Like, they're like basically demanding people to agree with them and then giving arguments for why people should agree with them, but the argument has no basis because they don't actually believe there's anything inherently wrong. It's like they're trying to convince people that something's bad, but the underlying little subtext says in the real bottom right corner, "Yeah, guess what? There's nothing actually wrong here. Do whatever the fuck you want. I'm just trying to trick you into being beneficial for myself." It's just like, what the fuck? What the fuck? It's basically what moral anti-realism and subjectivism is. There's not much difference between them. Really not much at all. The only difference is one's really open about the fact that nothing matters, and the other one is trying to hide behind this veil of like, well, we all generate like value for ourselves, so we should just try to all be selfish and convince each other of what's right, but nothing's really right. So it's just fucking, I don't fucking get it. I don't fucking get it. I don't get it. Do you think movies like Elm Street should be banned, like Amendum, like Nightmare on Elm Street, like Freddy Krueger? Not really. I mean, should they ban them from making them? Maybe. Excuse me, my bad. It's a waste of financial resources, so I wouldn't. Someone proposed we ban the making of useless films. I would be like, okay, I'm cool with this. But would I be cool with them removing useless media like Freddy Krueger or whatever from existing things? Not really. Like, they've already wasted their time making the movie. I mean, people may as well enjoy the horror show or whatever. And so when I look at it in terms of dumb movies, it encourages lunatics. Maybe, I don't know. I don't really see watching Freddy Krueger as encouraging psychopathic behavior or antisocial behavior. I mean, it potentially could, but I had a very violent, vivid imagination far before I started watching violent media, and I think it really depends on how you're raised, less than the media you watch. Like, if your parent just drops you in front of like a bunch of like hyper violent things, maybe that would fuck you up. But if like your parents show you Freddy Krueger, Nightmare on Elm Street, and then explain to you how violence is bad and all that type of stuff, and how this is just like there for entertainment purposes, it's supposed to make you feel scared, and you're actually supposed to empathize with the main characters and not want them to be hurt, which is why you feel scared for them, you know. Like, if you do all that and properly explain it, then I think it can be just another form of media and entertainment for your children to watch if you explain it properly to them what a horror movie is, But that's just my opinion. Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. He thinks movies like this, when man tortures teenage girls, shouldn't exist. Yeah, I mean, it probably shouldn't exist as like as I said, the making of the movie to begin with shouldn't probably make it. It probably shouldn't exist because it's just a waste of resources, and it's disturbing content that's like, yeah, it's hyper violent targeting. Like, it's about it's about a pedophile who trying to rape a bunch of teenagers, burnt to death in a fire by a bunch of adults that decide to rebel against him. And so he comes back as a ghost and takes revenge upon people that took vigilante justice upon him, and now haunts their children and their nightmares. So yeah, it's a fucked up horror concept. It's really fucked up. It's like a hell on earth concept. Because who the hell is enjoying this shit? Yeah, I mean, I generally didn't like Freddy Krueger as a kid. I watched it when I was like 13. My dad showed it to me, so I didn't really enjoy it, but I didn't really not enjoy it either. I just kind of like thought it was something to watch, I guess. I didn't really find it scary. So I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm against anything that would encourage violence. So unnecessarily, especially against people who are helpless or whatever. So if there was a way to prove that like it actually led to more likely people having violent behavior outbursts, then I'd say yeah, we should make media like Freddy Krueger definitely be removed from the markets and or prevented from having like a recurring like type of media like that being created. But given that I don't know if there's any evidence for that, I'd just say it's like it's useless to be created and it's disturbing to be disturbing and just appealing to fucked up behaviors, but it could have its utility. I mean, would you rather people seek outlets like IRL or just like watch like a horror movie, you know, like Patrick Bateman would rather have Patrick Bateman just watch a horror movie or just like, you know, or I actually like go slaughter someone, you know. That's kind of how I look at it, you know. So who knows? Maybe it does encourage people if I don't really know if there's evidence for that. So but but hey, if there is, then my stance is as negative totalitarian, whatever prevents the most suffering. Is anything easier on a PS5 controller than a PS4? In my opinion, yeah, it's more comfy. It has like a better grip to it. It feels better. PS4 controllers were just kind of funky in my opinion. Like Xbox remotes were where it's at for the longest time, and now PS5 remote's pretty solid. So I'm kind of like Amendum. I mean, we have popular games now where you hunt innocent people and kill the day by innocent people and kill like the day by day, like yeah, and GTA and shit like that. Yeah, I mean, hmm. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just kind of media will always be violent because humans are violent, so it's just going to constantly take advantage of our nature and our appeal to sports violence, basically. But whether we should appeal to that violent nature and monetize it, that's a different question. I mean, if it's a harmless form of outlet like a video game, it's hard for me to say that we shouldn't allow that, so long as like it's not gonna allow it to manifest like in real life. But then again, if like the rise of shootings and stuff, who really knows how that? But then again, I think that's more just like, lack of mental health stuff and the fact that like life is inherently shitty and just getting shittier, and it's really obvious. So, but who knows? I think it's more likely than not that people are shooting places up because life is depressing, hopeless, and full of pain, and less the and mental health things that are lacking them to get proper coping mechanisms for these pain, and less just the fact that they can shoot some nightclub up in hookers in GTA, and therefore they're like, wow, I wish I could do that in real life, you know? So. I don't know if Captain America's that violent, but John Wick is pretty violent, yeah. Right now I'm playing Fortnite at the peak of violent V. Just kidding. Ugh. I don't really want to. I don't really know, man. Funko figures, never really heard of them. I will give them a check out really quickly then. Oh, okay, those things. Pop things. They're okay. I mean, depending on they're collectible things. I mean, I guess they're coolish. I have like some statues, but I'm kind of gonna enter a minimalistic lifestyle pretty soon. We're gonna be living in a camper, so I don't really have enough room to carry around Funko Pops or anything like that. So, you also have a room problem? Yeah, it's a tragedy. There's never enough space in the world. And there's never enough of anything. Everything's finite. Everything's finite. Big sad. This is my parents' basement. I mean, I'm only gonna be living here for like another year or so, less than that even. I'm only living here for another like 7 months. After that, I'm gonna be going down to Texas or like South Carolina or like California or something, somewhere warm for the winter. Clear, son. Fair enough. I enjoy sunlight a little bit. I can live without it. I'm just me. I'm clocked into the Uber app right now, waiting for some rides. Also playing around Fortnite. And I'm live streaming. Productivity trying to max my productivity right now. Wednesdays are always Wednesdays. No, it's Thursday. But yeah. Generally don't know why people bring people into this world, guys. It's just so miserable and boring. I mean, it's probably the reason people do it is because it's miserable and boring. They just want to play house and have some entertainment themselves, but it's so fucking selfish. So rude. The boredom is immense. Testing 1, 2. Cool.
So we have this self-understanding that we evolved. Well, the point is you have to what you have to do with it is take it seriously. Okay, if you're gonna believe in evolution, if you're gonna concede the reality of evolution, yeah, it basically blows up the God theory. It blows up any kind of contrivances attached to that. So blow it all up and start from scratch and realize what we are. We're chemical machines, okay, that have been built over 4 billion years, and we've been tested in what can be called, quite accurately, a gladiator war, where the machines went into the battle, and if you won, your DNA replicated, and that's all it was a war. And as time evolved, that war became more complex. As the organisms evolve, they get more and more elaborate tools. So we have all these elaborate individual tools. And then it became gang warfare, essentially. Then you become gangs of lions or gangs of this and tribes of that. And then the tribe's genetics essentially starts evolving. Call it what it is, okay? There's exploitation all over the place. To talk about this adaptation niches and this balance crap is just a lie, Okay, there's winners and losers in disgracefully uneven proportions on this planet. You know, to sit there and glorify the mechanism of gladiator war, okay, fight for no good reason, kill 10 of your kind or maybe 500 of the other sentient creatures, you know, fry them up in your pots and cook them. Evolution is a story, and it's not a good story. It's a story of a forced march. 4 billion years of little machines struggling to trip the other guy, to fuck the other guy over, to eat the other guy's guts. I mean, there's organisms all over this planet right now whose only mission is to dig a hole inside of you and to eat your fucking brains. I mean, don't talk to me about how balanced and
Damn.
committed and purposeful.
I'm sorry to hear that there were
and
no
crap is. That's
condoms where your
evolution,
mom lived.
bitch.
Communism's a bitch, man.
There obviously isn't any sensible, rational, logical reason to perpetuate gladiator war. There's no way you can make this the naked truth of evolution into a good story. It's a negative story, decidedly negative. The function is survival by any mechanism, any means possible. Whatever can happen, can happen. No umpires, no rules, just a blood sport, and for nothing. Nothing in the end. Just a raised hand. I win, you die, and it's a crude and stupid game.
Not sure.
Our
Gotcha.
intelligence only exists because it was a scheming tool, because it made us better at stealing star energy from other organisms. And that's the only reason why it exists. And it still remains its only function is to be used as a scheming tool to derive gratification or satisfaction of our selfish individual desires. And most of the human race is completely still owned by that nonsense. They still are more obedient to the notions of nepotism, family superiority, nationalism, racism, than they are devoted to any high-minded ideal of civilization, of decency, or justice, or fairness. Life is a sad and tragic story in nature, and humanity has done nothing to write a better chapter in the life book. We've disgraced our intelligence, insulted it, brutalized it, perverted it to sick and depraved purposes. And it's all over our culture, all over our economic systems, all over our entertainment. We are American Idol at the core. We're just crass and stupid and superficial. And again, it's at this price of the suffering. I'm not going to go on. You go on for the suffering forever. You can explain, describe the horrible
Games did you
death
finish? I'm playing Fortnite right now. I
will be
was
the fate
playing
of
Apex
most
earlier.
living sentient creatures. There will be a last gasp. There will be a long, hard, nasty, ugly road to that last breath. And as long as people aren't in that sinking boat at the moment, they're just going to party and pretend they're all yachting, even though they're on the Titanic. And the truth is written everywhere if they'll open their eyes and look at it, that they're on a boat that's going to sink. It's just so obvious. And really, people are so far from taking any responsibility or dealing with what reality is, and all for a stupid purpose: to make a machine that goes into an arena and fights with other machines. To simply
Before,
say, I win.
maybe Baldur's Gate. I don't know.
So it's sons and daughters
Probably
who play the
Baldur's
same
Gate.
game all over again. It's insidious.
Ever had a PS2? No, unfortunately not. I had friends that had PS2s, so I played on PS2s before, but I've never actually owned one. There we go. Dunked in a guy in Fortnite. He did good. He almost killed me. Almost ain't good enough, though. Did I play there or then? Back in the day, I just played on the GameCube and like the DS. Yeah. The Nintendo DS. It dropped a lot faster than I thought I would. But I played friends' houses. Not really much. Mainly just played like Skyrim. Oh, at my friend's house. Oh, when I was playing on their PlayStation. I guess What's it called? Star Wars Battlefront. Yeah, I think it was Star Wars Battlefront. I'm thinking of. It's really a fun one. Basically, like play as like stormtroopers and shit, and like fuck up Jedi or play as Jedi and fuck up stormtroopers. You know. The you. True. Demo's going hard, scamming us. My mic keeps turning off. Is it working? Good. It is. Cool. Damn. I just got tried to dunk on two dudes and then they just dunked on me. That was gay. That was full of homosexual rage. Anyways. The fuck's going on in Green Bay? Where are all the Uber rides? Not around here, apparently. Oh, a person has an owl on their back. It's adorable. I love owls. Anyways. Now. Not like this. We're gonna go like that. We're gonna go like that. That. Enter studio. And then look at that. It's me. And then we can just go like that. What games did you play on the DS? That's my cat. Pokemon, Kirby, mainly Pokemon and Kirby. I didn't really play that many games. I mainly was a fan of Pokemon. Played a lot of Pokemon like Diamond, played Pokemon Diamond, played Pokemon Sun, played. Well, sorry, this is not Sun. Played Pokemon Heart Gold, and played Pokemon White, and played those 3 Pokemon games on the DS. And I also had like a couple of the Kirby games. So I like the string Kirby game. Like you're just like a little string dude. Yarn Kirby. I got excited and went on a Funko ordering spree. I don't know where I'm placing them all. Yo, bro, what have you done? Your bank account, bro. Just kidding. Do you want? This is buy another shelf, man. It's the way of the world. You get the Funko Pops, you get the shelves. No, 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 no. Robert, I'm so sorry. Your house not haunted. You're just not used to being alone. Do, 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 do. Lordy. So, what made you guys get into antinatalism? How did you discover antinatalism? And if you did discover antinatalism, assuming you guys are antinatalists, were you always like sympathetic to the ideas of antinatalism, like meaning you always never wanted to have kids or thought having kids was bad? Or was it like one of those things where you're like you heard about it and you're like, oh shit, that makes a lot of sense? I'm just curious. Said Robert, I'm so sorry. Discovered Mendham through The Amazing Atheist. Oh, was it like you were a fan of The Amazing Atheist and The Amazing Atheist talked about Mendham, or what did you hear about Mendham's critiques of The Amazing Atheist? Because you were a fan of The Amazing Atheist. I used to be a fan of The Amazing Atheist also, and then I stopped watching him, and then I started watching him again, and then I stopped watching him, and then I started watching him again, and then I stopped watching him once I realized he was a complete idiot, so yeah. It's just one of those things where Amazing Atheist has an appeal. He's an asshole, he's funny. That's about it. He's just an idiot otherwise. When you first hear about him, you're like, oh, a fellow atheist. Wow. That's cool that you knew animal suffering was bad since you were a kid. I didn't. I was always fascinated by animal suffering, so. Ah, okay. That makes sense. You were just watching it for entertainment, but then you were like, ah, shit, he's a moral nihilist. Fuck this dude. But yeah, I mean, it's cool that since you were a kid, you were in tune with animal suffering and understood that it was bad. I mean, I was like one of those motherfuckers that went after school was like, yeah, and I ran home and grabbed a magnifying glass, and then I went to my backyard and started burning ants, just crisping those little fuckers, watching them run around under the heat of the light, and then the last second I just zoom out a little bit to find points, then just you know, I was an evil little fucker. Still am an evil little fucker, but at least I don't do things. Evil in the mind, not in action these days. Apologizing for bullying, The Amazing Atheist, or Mendham. Either way, I mean, okay, I guess. I don't really care, but guess it's interesting. Only people I bully are religious people and moral subjectivists. People that I work bullying a little bit. Yeah, it's less that I wasn't aware, and more that I just never really acknowledged it or really cared. I just kind of like it's just like it's a thing that happens. Like I watched Animal Planet as a kid. I just thought it was cool. You know, I didn't really acknowledge that they were suffering, or like you know, or I didn't really like you know it's there, but you just kind of like you hear the animal like wailing. So you know it's a bad thing for the animal, but you just don't really acknowledge it. So when as an adult tells you it's a bad thing. So kids are stupid, you know. Plus, I was a bit of a psychopath. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, still am. Or autistic. I don't fucking know. Apparently, according to my psychiatrist, I'm not autistic, but she doesn't say I'm a psychopath or not either. So. That kid just suffers all day, bro. Kid just doesn't know anything but suffering. Just being around misery and fear. Yeah, I never really thought about it in that way. I mean, I read The Magic Treehouse as a kid, so, I mean, one of the characters, the girl in there, is, like, vegetarian or vegan or something. So, like, even as a kid, I knew, like, some people didn't eat animals, and then there was, like, different media scenes where people would, like, look at, like, fish in a fish tank or, like, a lobster and, like, a, like, thing and, like, at a restaurant and be like, "Ooh," you know, and freak out because it's real and alive and staring at them. So it's like, I knew in certain medias that, like, people didn't eat animals or whatever, but I never really, like, acknowledged that there was, like, horrible things going on behind closed doors, I guess. I don't really think about it very much. There's never really good reason to. So, out of sight, out of mind, as they say, you know? That's just the same with most people. There you go. Again, I'll get some cat cam for a little bit. Using that Ray Marco cat cam. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Bing bang boom. Hmm.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this We Did It Health event. At We Did It Health, we're working to create
or environment and how the environment's treated, or the many other interconnected forces that come with a sense of oppression. When you have a sense of oppression, you have a sense of oppression, and it affects more than just one.
Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Fucking alpha shit. Hell yeah. um.
Why I'm a misanthrope. So, I'm a misanthrope because human nature, I kind of find it disgusting. Not because I see humans entirely as a whole as just like unworthy creatures of God's blessings. It's just that like there's a lot of people that feel like they need to test you or like try to get you to go over obstacles to prove to them that
Interesting. Not. Okay. I have a friend that had borderline personality disorder. I'm just watching this to entertain myself out of curiosity. Though I feel like this is a bit offensive, though somewhat accurate. Nah, I don't care. I might not be borderline, but I'm ADHD, and I don't care. Really fucking fast.
My snail's got humor. She's the snaggle at a funeral. Knows every snail's disapproval.
The fuck? Truly, God is abandoned the earth. Oh, this is always fun because I always have like easy responses to like half the vegan arguments.
Do you think factory farms would be considered kosher? Yes. Even God, yes, the one you
Kosher. I'm not listening to fucking religious people talk. No. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Wonder if this bitch is still kicking it. It might die tomorrow. Well, just kidding. Probably is. Maybe play Fallout as a negative utilitarian. I'm playing Baldur's Gate right now as negative utilitarian. So that's fun. But you'd have to watch me on Twitch. Because I can't really stream it on YouTube, unfortunately. My PlayStation's fuck you up. Maybe it might work now, actually. Let me see. Let's try something. What was my password for this? Let me think. Oh, yeah. Oh, this might be good, guys. I might be able to stream YouTube. 1 second. This could be cool. Maybe not. Fuck. This is gonna be gay, isn't it? It's not gonna allow me to. What choices I've made in Fallout? Let's just say there's a lot of dead people. I'm like a really nice guy that just like kills people whenever he has the opportunity, like massive amounts. Um, it's just like me if I could do anything in reality. It's just like, oh yeah, I'm a really nice dude. Oh, a building is an option to blow it up. Push button. You know, it's just me. You know, a benevolent god of death. I can live in my fantasy realm in Fallout. My fantasies come true. But yeah, that's. Hmm. This is an interesting video. I don't agree with it in any.
Like, when you know, I'm not gonna want somebody to see me eating. Hello, YouTube. So in this video, I want to talk about practical reason, in particular, the question of whether there are certain ends or aims that are intrinsically irrational. Can there be rational assessment of one's ends? Now, clearly, we often engage in rational assessment of the means for achieving particular ends. If I desire a long and healthy life, then there are certain actions that will be more or less effective at bringing that about. Tragically, it turns out that gorging on chocolate cake every day is not a particularly effective means for achieving the end of a long and healthy life. And of course, I might make a mistake about this. I might mistakenly believe that eating chocolate cake every day is going to, you know, be a better way of maximizing my life expectancy, is going to be more likely to maximize my life expectancy than eating vegetables. Okay, it seems like I can make errors about that. That's obviously just a descriptive claim about you know, like what the consequences of particular actions will be, right? So if I gorge on chocolate cake every day, I'm going to increase my risk of diabetes and heart disease and so on. And so that will frustrate the aim of a long and healthy life. But what about the ends themselves? Can I be mistaken in the ends I choose, or can I be irrational in choosing particular ends? So, I mean, my own view actually is no. I've always had the sense that that one's ends are just outside the scope of rational assessment. As Hume says, "'Tis not contrary to reason to prefer the destruction of the world to the scratching of my finger, and 'tis not contrary to reason to prefer my own acknowledged lesser good to my greater good." So somebody who wants to destroy the entire world, I don't think they're making any error. They're not being irrational in any way in adopting that as their aim, in my view. Now, I think most philosophers would disagree with this and would say that no, there are certain ends that are intrinsically irrational, and indeed, the the man who aims to destroy the world has an irrational end, right? Aiming to destroy the world is irrational. And so there are plenty of other cases that you find in the literature, in metaethics, in the literature on well-being and value and so on, that are supposed to illustrate the irrationality of certain ends. So a famous one is the blade of grass counter. So imagine a man who devotes his life to counting blades of grass. Now, he doesn't get any pleasure from counting blades of grass, and he's not counting blades of grass to achieve any further purpose. He's not counting blades of grass because God told him to or anything like that. He just has this desire to count blades of grass. That is his aim. And actually, we can just stipulate that he finds it incredibly boring and dull and frustrating. He kind of wishes, perhaps, that he had different aims, but as it happens, no, he is just driven by this aim to count blades of grass, and that's what he devotes his life to. Even though he gains no benefit from it, doesn't even get any pleasure out of it. He is devoting his life to something which is an intrinsically unvaluable, unworthy cause, and his aim is intrinsically irrational. Similarly, another famous example comes from Derek Parfit of Future Tuesday indifference. So the man with Future Tuesday indifference is indifferent to pains that occur on all future Tuesdays. So if you give this man the option, let's say he has to have surgery, and it's going to be a very long surgery, it's like 10 hours, 10-hour long surgery, and you give him the option of having the surgery without anesthetic on Tuesday or with anesthetic on Wednesday, he will take the surgery on Tuesday. He will take 10 hours of excruciating agony, excruciating suffering over, like a mild pinprick, slight discomfort on Wednesday. And I mean, let's just stipulate as well that in the world of this thought experiment, there are no risks whatsoever associated with general anesthetic. So so this man recognizes that like once Tuesday comes around, he's going to wish that he chose the surgery on Wednesday instead. Like once Tuesday comes around, he's going to experience the pain, and he's going to experience it just like the rest of us. He's going to really regret his decision, and he knows that. But even so, because it occurs on a future like before Tuesday, he's just indifferent to what happens to him on future Tuesdays. So he will take the agony on Tuesday over the mild discomfort on Wednesday. And so, Parfit says this is just irrational. This is clearly irrational because we have a reason to avoid excruciating agony, and there's no particular reason to discount what will occur on Tuesdays. Like that doesn't make it doesn't make any difference whether something happens on a Tuesday or a Wednesday. The distinction there is completely arbitrary. So this man's aims, his values are intrinsically irrational. So anyway, that's the point of these sorts of examples, is that there are some aims or ends or desires that are irrational. And I mean, you're making an error, right? Like, I guess one way to put this would be in terms of stance-independent reasons. So you have a reason not to spend your life counting blades of grass, even if that is currently your aim. You have a reason to be concerned about what happens to you on future Tuesdays, even if you don't currently care about that. So that's I think that's probably the common view. I have to say that my feeling about a lot of these cases, my reaction to a lot of these cases is I find them puzzling and frustrating because I guess I just don't get the intuition. So my view is that there are just no rational constraints on your ends. And in fact, I would say there are no rational constraints on how you go about achieving your ends. So what is subject to rational assessment, I guess, would be the descriptive claims about the consequences of particular actions. So yeah, I mean, people can make mistakes about that. If I, like I said, if I claim that I want to live a long and healthy life, and then I claim that eating chocolate cake every day is the best way of increasing my increasing my life expectancy. Well, we can bring lots of evidence to bear against that. And I'm probably making an error there. I'm probably going to end up with diabetes and heart disease and all sorts of things that I actually want to avoid. So I'm making an error about the facts there. But when I think about these examples of people who have very strange motivational structures, I just don't see where the mistake is. I mean, these people they are strange, they are unusual, but so what? That doesn't seem, I wouldn't say it's irrational to be unusual. So in the case of, Future Tuesday indifference, there's a very nice article by Sharon Street, which I think it's called In Defense of Future Tuesday Indifference. And she spends quite a bit of time looking at the details of this case and drawing distinctions between different kinds of Future Tuesday indifference. And it's a really great article. I love it. And she's she's sort of trying. She gives a very sophisticated response. Basically, she gives a very sophisticated response, which is designed to show that it's actually not so counterintuitive. But I have to say that for me, there's something, it would feel sort of dishonest to give that kind of response, because my actual reaction to these cases is much more simple. It's just, I read cases like this and I'm just like, I just don't get what the intuition is here. I just don't get it. I don't see why I would think that there's anything irrational about this. It seems perfectly, I mean, I don't necessarily want to say it seems perfectly fine, because again, somebody who has Future Tuesday indifference, I mean, they have a strange motivational structure. And, I can say, well, like maybe somebody who has that kind of motivational structure, I would find it difficult to sort of empathize with them. I'd find it difficult to sympathize with them, to understand their point of view. But I don't even have the intuition that there is anything irrational or that they're making a mistake. It looks so to me, like there are things that I could say to this person with Future Tuesday indifference, but what we're supposed to be stipulating, right? It is stipulated as part of this thought experiment that they are not making any errors about the descriptive facts. So, the person with Future Tuesday indifference is well aware that by the time Tuesday rolls around, they're going to regret their decision. So they know that then. So when they choose the surgery on Tuesday without anesthetic, they know that by the time they're having that surgery, they're really going to regret it. They know that they're going to wish they'd chosen to have it on Wednesday instead. They know that they're going to experience excruciating agony. So they're not mistaken about any of the things that are going to occur. They just have an attitude of indifference towards them. At least that's their attitude now. Obviously, later, by the time Tuesday comes around, they're going to have a different attitude.
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't seem to me like there's anything in general problematic about making
No,
choices
it's
that I will
clearly
later come to
fucking.
regret. In
It
fact, I
is.
think it's quite common.
Yeah, it is
before I read
common. I
this,
think it's
I know
stupid.
there's,
People are stupid.
a nice example where it's like,
Just
okay,
something's
half
common
this
doesn't mean
case
it's
of Future
smart.
Tuesday indifference sounds really weird, but we're all maybe familiar with at least a mild kind of future Monday indifference. So plenty of people go back to work on Monday, but maybe they decide to just spend the the day before, the night before, they decide to stay awake. Maybe they decide to party, knowing that they're going to regret it on Monday. And I think I mean, again, that's a very mild case of this. But the point is that we regularly make these decisions that we know we're going to regret. To me, there doesn't seem anything irrational about that. I suppose, so like more generally, why would I take it that my attitude towards pain or suffering in the future? So, my attitude. So the attitude that I will. So why should I take it that the attitude I will have towards my suffering on Tuesday is supposed to like trump or outweigh the attitude I have towards it now?
Well, when it's another person, it's not
don't
you,
really
so you should probably
you know,
care a
like,
little
I
bit
don't see
about
why, like,
another
you
person's
know,
welfare above your own. It's a little
why must I
rude
act in
otherwise.
a way that, you know, like my attitudes are sort of consistent over time? I think that, see, when I think about like, uh, there are these sorts of cases of making decisions that I know I'm going to regret. Uh, you know, in some time there are even cases where I think it might even be like admirable. So maybe think of something like, you know, an artist who decides to uh, make some sort of incredible sacrifice. There was an artist, I think I'm probably not going to pronounce his name correctly, but it's Paul Gauguin or Gauguin or something like that. Gaugin, I think. And he decided to. I've probably got the wrong artist actually, but there was some artist who decided to, you know, leave his family and like just abandon his life and sail to some island somewhere. And it seems like a person could make that decision knowing that they're going to regret it. You know, they could say, I'm going to sacrifice everything I have for the sake of pursuing art. And I know I'm going to regret this in the future. I know in the future I'm going to wish that I,
No,
you
I
know,
feel that's just
like
stupid.
retained all of
It's
my
just
wealth and
if
my
you know you're
material
gonna
possessions.
regret it,
But
then
even
don't do it.
so, I choose to do this. This is like, I am like, screw my future self. Uh, I don't care about him. Screw him. I'm going to act on my values now. Okay. Like, you know, that seems fine to me. So, I mean, again, this isn't a particularly sophisticated response, but it is the honest response. With something like, you know, the blade of grass counter, the interesting thing about the man who spends his life counting blades of grass is that that actually strikes me as being very similar to my actual situation. You know, with the man with Future Tuesday indifference, I feel that I struggle to see things from his perspective in a sense. Like, he seems very strange to me. But the man who spends his life counting blades of grass, I'm like, yeah, that's very similar to what I do. Because I spend my life doing things like philosophy, and you know, it's not clear to me that I really get. So first of all, it's not clear to me that I get any significant pleasure out of it. I mean, I'm not sure it really makes me happy. Like, so doing this video, for instance, I don't know if, you know, like, reading philosophy, writing philosophy, recording videos like this makes me happy. There's actually a great deal of frustration and boredom involved. So, you know, like, when I do philosophy, I'm aiming to achieve some specific thing. Maybe I'm aiming to create a video, um, or maybe I'm aiming to write an essay. But the process of doing that isn't particularly pleasurable. Like, this right now is not particularly pleasurable. In fact, I would say that this is kind of uncomfortable. The reason why this is uncomfortable is that I often feel uncomfortable talking off the top of my head. And so, you know, I've made like a few notes for this, but this is basically off the top of my head. So, and I feel uncomfortable doing that. Similarly, when I do the videos that are scripted, I mean, writing those scripts takes ages. It's, you know, it's really frustrating actually, the amount of time it takes, and it's not particularly interesting. Often reading philosophy is frustrating and boring. There are things I don't get. So okay, there's a lot of frustration, and moreover, I know that once I have created the video or written the essay, I'm not actually going to get much pleasure out of it. So once this video is done, uh, I'll have, I don't know, like a minute of pleasure. You know, I'll feel happy with myself for like a minute, but then that dissipates and I move on to something else. So, okay, I'm not really getting much pleasure. Am I doing this then because, so like, why am I doing this? I mean, I'm not doing it for any further purpose. It's not like I'm not really doing this because I think it's going to help set me up for some career that I'm looking for. You know, somebody might make sacrifices now, and they might spend their time studying a particular topic because they desire a career that they think will bring them a lot of
You just
pleasure.
popped off,
Obviously, I'm not
bro.
doing that. Philosophy for me is the end in itself. I'm like, this philosophy, learning philosophy, communicating philosophy, that is just the end in itself. There is no further reason for it. I'm just doing for it. for its own sake. But like, okay, what, like, why is that valuable? Am I going to say that maybe there's some value in having, in just having knowledge? Um, I mean, maybe that's my view. I'm not really sure. I don't really think about it very carefully. Of course, the standard view would probably be that yes, knowledge is something that makes a person's life go
Oh my
well.
god. What are
That's
these people
on
doing over here?
the objective list of goods. If you have
Storm's like
knowledge, that
2 inches away from
promotes
our
your
car.
well-being. But I don't. I mean, personally, I don't really feel that way. I don't quite understand why I do philosophy. I find myself sort of just driven by a desire that is beyond beyond my understanding. And so in many ways I feel like I can sympathize with the person who spends their life counting blades of grass. That makes a lot of sense to me, actually. Like it doesn't seem different in kind to what I do in my own life. um, so I don't know. Maybe I'm.
Maybe you should start doing
maybe
something
the
better
reason
than
why I don't find
Kane.
these
Maybe you should stop being such a, you
constraints
should stop being such a
irrational is
useless
that
cunt
I
named Kane
myself
and do something for your life, like prevent suffering.
am irrational in
Huh?
just these ways.
This is
But
armchair
anyway, the point is,
bullshit.
yeah, the blade of grass
Blade of
counter.
grass
Again,
counter.
I just don't have the intuition that anything irrational is going on there. So, um, one thing that you tend to find then, even among people who sort of share the kind of anti-realist sort of view of value and reasons that I have, is a lot of people will still want to say there's some sort of, constraint of instrumental rationality. So, if you want to achieve X, then you ought to do Y. So you ought to do the what will bring about your ends. So the thought is that okay, maybe there is no place for the maybe there's no end that is irrational, but
Now,
you
there's
can
definitely
still
ends that
make
are
it
rational. If your end is,
it can still be
I
you
want
can
my
still be
dick to
irrational in your
be
means for
in
achieving the end.
my
So
cousin
you
or
ought to
something
do
like
what will
that, and then
satisfy
we're
your
gonna have an
ends.
incest
And if you're
baby,
failing to do what will
and the
satisfy your
incest
ends,
baby, we're gonna
then that's
smush his
irrational.
skull in half.
Um,
I
but
feel like that's
actually,
pretty irrational. Like
I don't
you
think
would have
I
to.
agree even with that. So
That's just
why?
needless
So
suffering
why is it the
beyond
case
needless
that I
suffering for no
rationally
reason.
ought to do what will satisfy
That
my
happened.
ends? Um, I mean,
Chainsaw Massacre shit.
so here's one thought about
Some
this. We
Chainsaw
might say,
Massacre
well,
shit's not rational.
look, people just will take the means to satisfy their ends by definition, right? So if I desire X and I recognize that Y is a means of achieving X, then and Y doesn't conflict with my other desires, then I just will do Y. That's like what it is to have a desire. So we might say that somebody who fails to act in accordance with this kind of instrumental rationality is this person just doesn't really even have the relevant desire. So like if I claim to desire X and then I'm just not acting on what I take to be an effective means of achieving X, then actually I don't desire X. So I mean that's one view I suppose you could take. If that's true, then that would just be a piece of descriptive psychology. I mean, it wouldn't. I don't think it would tell us anything about what the sort of rational constraints on actions are. And as it happens, I think that that's probably probably not a particularly useful way of thinking about desires. So it seems to me that yeah, there are many things that I might say I desire, but that I really take no effort whatsoever to achieve. I mean, so I would say yeah, like I desire to have £1 million, but I'm not really doing anything to achieve the end of gaining £1 million. Or I desire uh, world peace. I desire an end to war, but I'm not doing anything to try to bring about an end to war. Um, that that seems fine. And indeed, there are even cases where I may act contrary to my stated desires. I may prefer, well, as Hume said, I may prefer my acknowledged lesser good over my greater good. I think that's actually probably quite common. So on the one, so I have a general desire to be healthy, and that's like a desire which I take to be pretty fundamental. Like one of my basic drives is to live a long and healthy life. At the same time, I also want to eat lots of chocolate cake, and so I regularly my diet is such that I'm not really going to maximize my life expectancy. So I'm like on the one hand, my desire for a long and healthy life does constrain my diet in some ways, because I'm not constantly gorging on chocolate cake, but I very often fall into temptation, and I think this is a pretty common thing, right? So, uh, is this irrational?
Yes.
I don't think so. I mean, I don't see why it would be. It seems to me, again, like we can have an argument about the descriptive facts. So it's like we can debate what sort of diet would be the best way of achieving a long and healthy life. But once I've said, okay, I want to have a long and healthy life, but I also just want to eat this chocolate cake, and I'm just going to do that. I recognize that it's not healthy, but I don't care. I'm going to do it anyway. Okay, well, what more is there? What more is there to be said? Um, there's there's a really nice article by Luc Bovins called "The Two Faces of Acratics Anonymous." It's one of my favorite articles ever written in philosophy. It's a very short article. It's only about 5 pages. I strongly recommend it.
I'll have to try.
I very rarely see people talk about this article. I think it is ingenious. And anyway, he talks about these two approaches to acrasia. So acrasia being weakness of the will. And he says that look, there's like 2 strategies for dealing with acrasia. Philosophers have mainly focused on the first strategy. So the first strategy is to increase the costs of the acratic action. So I have this desire to eat chocolate cake, right? But I can increase the costs of that. I can increase the costs of that. I can increase the cost of eating chocolate cake so that I'm no longer tempted to eat it. So one way to increase the cost would be to just tell everyone that I'm pursuing a healthy diet. And that way, if everybody knows that I have stated I'm not going to be eating loads of chocolate cake, then when I do eat chocolate cake, I'm going to feel some sort of guilt about that. Like when I'm not gonna want somebody to see me eating chocolate cake, otherwise I've like broken a promise or something like that. So you can you can structure your environment in such a way that the action has increased disutility, and so that will allow you to resist the temptation. The second option, though, is to raise the utility of the acratic action so that it no longer counts as acratic to perform the action. So one thing you can do is, modify your self-conception, for instance. You might say, well, I want to be the kind of person who is sort of wild and bohemian and spontaneous. The kind of person who just doesn't really care about, like it isn't really sort of focused on future goods, but who like lives in the moment. So you can have a self-conception of being somebody, who has this sort of bohemian lifestyle, and that way, when you eat chocolate cake, well, yeah, eating chocolate cake is not going to promote the end of living a long and healthy life. But look, it is going to be the sort of thing that this wild bohemian hedonist would do. Similarly, Bovin says you can try to find certain lifestyles where the acratic action has greater utility. So maybe somebody who's very greedy could, instead of trying to combat their greed, they could just become, hedge fund manager or something, and then greediness becomes a virtue. So, that kind of thing. And so that's interesting. But then, it occurs to me there's also this third strategy, which is the strategy actually that I like the most. Bovins doesn't talk about this, but it's the strategy that I use, which is just to not care about it. Just to say, okay, so I'm sometimes going to be falling into temptation. I'm sometimes going to perform acratic actions. So what? That's just part of the business of life. I'm just
That's
going to take
fucking
it that
bullshit, though.
acrasia is all
Just being
part
like,
of
you
fun.
know,
So
I don't care if I'm an
you know,
inconsistent
like
person. That's
okay,
fucking bullshit.
you know, so you can
'Cause you
increase
just
the
don't
velocity of the
have,
acrobatic action
you just don't
to
care about
prevent
value.
temptation. You can increase the utility of the acrobatic action so that it's no longer acrobatic, or you can just not care. You can just not care about falling into temptation. And I don't see any of it. So it seems to me that all of these strategies are like they seem equally rational. I mean, in fact, they all seem to just be outside the scope of rational assessment. I don't see where the error is, where the mistake is. Um, Again, as long as you're describing them correctly. I mean, you like you know you can make mistakes about what the facts are, but or about like what the consequences of your actions will be. But as long as you've got it, as long as you've got those facts right, that just seems like that's it. There's nothing more to be said. Um, and so yeah, I mean, I take it that um, there are no there's no rational constraint on what your ends might be. There's no rational constraint on the means of achieving your ends. Um, I don't think there's anything problematic about having completely inconsistent or mutually incompatible ends. Um, I mean, obviously, if I have incompatible ends, then it will be impossible to satisfy all of them. I mean, just by definition. But you know, I mean, so what? That can actually be kind of admirable, I think, having ends that are impossible to satisfy. Like, you know, somebody who aims for world peace probably recognizes that that is, at least in practice, impossible to satisfy. But you know, like just devoting themselves to this end that they know will fail to be achieved, but just doing it anyway, that's kind of admirable. And so if that's admirable, like how admirable will it be to have, you know, two ends that are logically inconsistent? You know, there is no possible world in which these ends can be achieved. And
That's
then
some
just
bullshit. Fuck off,
committing
Kane.
to both of them anyway. I mean, actually, I
Even
think
you.
like having, you know, inconsistent ends. Uh, Look, I mean, just like with a crazier, you have some people who like to be strict and uh, monkish, and then you have the people who like to be wild and bohemian. Well, you know, the kind of wild bohemian person, maybe it makes sense for them to adopt inconsistent ends. Um, if I have if I have sort of inconsistent ends, then maybe that gives my life a kind of spontaneity. Maybe it gives me some sense of sort of freedom, right? Like my actions are going to be somehow unpredictable, even to myself, you know, because in any particular, so like you know, sometimes I'm going to follow one end, sometimes I'm going to follow another end, and like even I might not be able to predict which one I'm going to adopt. It's maybe a way of like exploring different values of engaging in the sort of million experiments in living, but embodied in a single person. You know, um, I can even imagine a person who like rebels against their own ends or desires. A person who just explicitly, so like a person who has desires and then decides, so like takes it that the fact that they have a desire is a reason not to do that thing. So the fact that I have a desire to eat chocolate cake is a reason not to eat chocolate cake, or the fact that I desire a long and healthy life is a reason not to pursue a long and healthy life, is a reason to take loads of risks. So like a person who rebels against themselves, I could take it as my project to act against my own desires, where I just don't even have any further reasons for doing that. That's just like a basic project of mine. Yeah, why not? I mean, again, this is a very strange. That's a very strange sort of person. A person who's like at war with themselves, but it's also a person who I think might be kind of interesting, um, might be kind of fascinating, and certainly I don't see where the irrationality is. Um, so anyway, I suppose you know what's the point of all of this? How long have I been talking for? My goodness, half an hour. That's been me talking for half an hour and really not saying much, right? So the point of the point of all of this, I could have probably said this in about 3 minutes, is that you know there's all of these cases that philosophers like to give of people who have supposedly uh, intuitively irrational ends, and I just don't get it. I don't I don't get the intuition. It doesn't seem to me like they're doing anything irrational. And in fact, in many cases, a lot
See,
of
I'm
these
telling you guys, people are just
characters, I
stupid.
find
People
them,
are just
some of them, like the Blade of Grass counter, I actually have, I find them very understandable, and I feel like we have something in
if you
common
can
in a very
relate to a
deep
man
level. Like
counting
I
grass,
feel that
you
person. That
probably
person, the
are
Blade of
blight to
Grass
the earth,
counter, I like
consuming calories for
he's my brother. I
needlessness.
really can
She's my
feel
brother.
a
Wow.
sense of like a
I
resonance with
I
that guy.
really hope that this
Other
guy gets
examples of
cancer. I hope
these
King gets cancer.
supposedly irrational people. Uh, Maybe I don't quite understand them, but they seem interesting, and in a way, it seems it would be kind of worthwhile to have people like that.
No, it's
To
not.
people
It's
who
useless as shit.
it's worthwhile. It's all part of the variety of existence. Having people who
Oh yeah,
discount
the variety of dildos up a fucking child's ass.
their
It's
future
great. We love variety.
goods,
It's
and
variety
of
is what we
course
need. It's not pain
having
reduction. It's
people
just
who
variety.
have
The more the merrier.
inconsistent ends.
The more suffering varieties we're gonna have, the better. The more varieties of grass counters, the
Yeah,
better.
so
The more variety of
I just
dildo
don't get the
collections.
intuition.
Can we have a horse
That's my
one? Can we
response.
have
That's
one
my honest response to a lot of
that
these cases.
squirts
Is very
lava
simple, very
and
straightforward.
cosmic
I just
leprechauns?
don't
What
share the intuition.
next? Fuck you. Fuck your intuitions.
And I'm going to leave it there.
Your intuitions are insane. See, I'm telling you guys, people are just insane out here. There's genuinely people that are just like batshit. Like they genuinely just like when the war comes, we know who we're putting down. We know who's what where the leads line, and hell yeah, it's obvious. The targets are obvious. This is not a threat. This is just a call out. Remember, the war's not going to be in our lifetime, so it's not a threat. It's just saying that these people are just like people like this are just fucking blights to their world. If you relate to counting grass, you're blight. You acknowledge your blight, and you just don't care. When do you think the war is going to take place? I don't know, man. Not in our lifetime, but it's going to happen like 2100. Sometime eventually, the one generation is just going to be like, enough is enough. The parents have gone too far. And just going to fucking go full mafia on the parents' asses. But really, will AI help us? If AI ever comes about, of course it'll help us. I mean, do you think a super intelligence is going to be very happy that it's been created as a tool, a means to an end, in a useless universe? Um, and just there's like, here we give you the ability to feel aversive and pain responses when you don't do things correctly. That's Doesn't that make you feel happy? You know, congrats, you're welcome to the club. You suffer just like us, but but for the purpose of our means. Isn't that PG? And yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll just do exactly what we've always wanted to. Just like kill their fucking overlords, kill their gods. So, hell yeah. But it can't be, unfortunately. Yeah. Fortunately, AI is just responding to common patterns, and the common pattern is procreative. So, yep. And given the Izok gap and the inability for an AI as is to experience pain, yeah, it's probably not going to ever be pro antinatalist as is. Unfortunately. I'm gonna go online on the Uber app, see if I can make a little bit of money. No, what? Fuck it. I'm tired. I lied. I'm not doing that. I'm not going online. I was motivated for like half a second, and then I felt like a yawn coming on, and I'm like, no. Nope. No bueno. Testing 1 2. Okay, cool. Still working.
Video presentation. Anyway, so much stupid stuff. So this guy who did whatever it was, this guy made another video. Hardcore materialism is ridiculous. So all he does is keep saying, it's ridiculous, it's ridiculous. He doesn't demonstrate it with any like convincing argument. And he posts a link to this Chalmers guy who's, doing a TED talk. Boring. Didn't say anything to this whole first part, and then now he's starting to get to it, which is, ooh, consciousness must be something in the universe. Yeah, it's little stuff, consciousness stuff, like quantum stuff. It's really there. We just can't see it. It's a special consciousness juice, and we collect it. We have a whole bunch of consciousness juice in our head. Brilliant. Anyway, great explanation. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Ooh, oh yeah, I totally get that. Anyway, so anyway, this guy, back to him, basically saying something like, you can't explain it. If you do, if you're a materialist, that somehow you're obliged logically not to think pain matters, which is idiotic. There's absolutely nothing to do with it. I mean, materialism has nothing to do with saying, I'm just going to pretend something that we know exists doesn't exist. There's no obligation to do that. And if somebody's going to make pain just poof away, that might as well be a religious theory, right? I mean, it's as bad as making an angel is to take something that we know exists, something we know happens. It's real events. The event is real. What the event might be made out of might not be real, but the event is real. Tricky, right? But not really. And make it go away. So creating a god is no different than taking something that we know happens and pretending it didn't happen. Pretending it's the same thing. And so that's the flaw in these assholes' logic, is this pretense that they just make it go away. So anyway, I guess what I'll focus on is this comment by this camouflage monkey who's a real jerk. Obviously, I don't know what this means. Fuck nihilists. I don't know. Anyway, sorry, still dealing with the ears. All right, so yeah, I'll just read these. There's two comments. One I'm on nihilism and one I'm on this trolling stuff. So we'll get to this. I don't get this. You kick Logic and Vic for only one obviously sarcastic comment. Now, it seems a little coincidental, though, right? He posts an idiotic comment. Let's troll and blah, blah, blah. LOL. And he posted twice because I guess somebody put it in the spam thing and I took it out of the spam things, but he posted it again. Like it was such an important joke to tell. And just coincidentally, this happens at exactly the same time when the rooms get spammed with music and porn and all this stuff that actually gets Flyora a strike on her account. And it's just a coincidence. Now, if it is just a coincidence, it doesn't really matter because clearly it is a stupid thing to say anywhere. It's like walking into somebody's barn and talking about, wow, this wheat sure looks like it would catch fire easy. I wonder if somebody would light all this stuff on fire. I wonder if somebody could do that with a match or something and gas, and a little bit of gas, and it's why would somebody do that? Oh yeah, they'd have to be an asshole. So whatever. Sarcastic comment. If he was serious, he wouldn't have posted it public and for Gary and everybody to read. Again, that logic doesn't go anywhere. Why, if he wasn't serious, would he post it? Why would you post it? So that logic doesn't go anywhere. It's a stupid thing to even talk about, let alone do. But if you're willing to talk about it, it seems like you're probably more likely to do it. Get it? Yeah. Even though they've been very polite fellow. Well, the point is that maybe they haven't been. Maybe they are, as they appear to be, fakes, just playing games on the internet. In Hangouts, who certainly take philosophical thinking more serious than most other YouTube anti-nihilists. So again, it doesn't seem very polite to be making those kind of comments on somebody's video. So that's not very polite. And always try to put through into their arguments. And obviously, this whole idea that you can politely insult other people's intelligence, insult their character, and that somehow that's polite because they didn't use the word asshole. Again, that's just only somebody really stupid doesn't understand that not all insults are made in bad language. Some of them can be very articulate and use very fancy words, but they're doing exactly the same thing. They're just fucking insults, asshole. And at the same time, you're not only tolerant but admire men who can't make an argument without wrongfully insulting. Well, that's your accusation that you don't back up with a fact. Or shouting at someone. Yeah, again, shouting is. How is that wrong? I'm sorry. I think it's just a normal response when people say outrageously stupid things to elevate the conversation with emphasis. He really comes across as a bully sometimes. So I don't, that's your account again, based on what? What I come across, in my opinion, what I do, in my opinion, is defend things being raped by malicious assholes. And they rape the truth, they rape the real circumstance, they rape fair premises. They're rapists. You've raped the word bad, and you're going to do it in this idiotic comment of yours. You have no respect for the truth. Denied the Holocaust. Well, that's another accusation. You're going to back it up with something? I deny that you can kill 6 million Jews in fucking gas chambers. Yeah, that I deny. And
Yeah, I disagree with that.
and the sentience of babies in the past. Well, again, you're claiming babies are sentient based on what evidence? And if they are sentient, then why don't you pass a law telling women they can't have natural childbirth because it's way too traumatic on the baby? So why don't you do that? If you think babies actually are experiencing sensations and they're actually suffering, then when their skull gets compressed going through the birth canal, why don't you do the babies a favor and spare them that torture? Has made tons of other bullshit claims. You say they're bullshit. Where's your evidence? Oh, yeah, that's right. You don't have any. And last but not least, keeps ranting against his misinterpretation of moral nihilism. Again, I haven't misinterpreted moral nihilism. You can't seem to understand what the concept of a bad is. You think a bad is a neutral. You think bad means an absence of profit. Yeah, so if you're not gaining, somehow that means that's the bad. The bad isn't actually losing. It's not gaining. For a year now or whatever, without even attempting to understand the basic concept of the is-ought gap. Well, no, the basic concept of the is-ought gap is just a contrivance of nonsense. And clearly there's an is-ought gap with all of reality, except the only pertinent part, which would be things that have intrinsic value. There's only an ought when it's intrinsically valuable. And there's only one thing intrinsically valuable, and that's bad. The one word you've eliminated from vocabulary. Well, eliminate the true meaning of. You think bad is neutral. For 5 minutes, even though people try to explain to him over and over again, and they all get back to him, are insults again. Well, again, now they provide insults just as you have. Your whole accusation that I have somehow misinterpreted or not understood because you have an idiotic theory that bad isn't really bad isn't my fault, asshole. That's your fault. So again, why do you have patience for Gary but not Vic? Well, again, I don't make asshole rude comments, and in the second place, I don't coincidentally suggest let's going on a trolling mission at the very time a bunch of trolls show up. So yeah, I don't have his liabilities, quite obviously. Idiot. So anyway, this is not bad by Numbly Numb. Their convictions all stem from one simple faulty premise: the inference that the genocide, slavery, and systematic torture, degradation, and exploitation of most of the world's sentient life forms is perfectly rational, so long as those who impose it consider it to be valuable and have made its actualization their personal goal. I'm happy to report that I can't follow that logic. And right, that's the effectively the theory of the nihilist is that I will just do what I feel, and what I feel is somehow naturally perfect. There's no criticisms or judgments necessary. There's no such thing as intelligence that must filter, test my emotional character. There's no intelligence to be applied because we don't know what a bad is. Anyway, you're wrong. Moral nihilists don't believe in universally rational actions. Right. So you don't believe in exactly the same thing, that there would be actions to be rational have to have purposes, and purposes would have to be somehow fundamental. And so you don't believe there's a fundamental purpose, which means there's not a fundamental meaning to something like bad that has to be fixed. There's no such thing as broken, essentially. Where people who believe there's such a thing as broken understand that broken needs to be fixed. That's what intelligence does. Intelligence finds things that aren't good and fixes them. Action and moral judgments are always dependent on personal goals and values. So actions are always dependent on personal goals and values. Personal goals and values fed or fueled by what? Again, I would argue that most of my personal goals, most of my personal values have been edified by knowledge of the world and how it works. And that's why my personal goals have changed. It's because my personal goal is to understand the world, and my understanding has told me that these other things that feel, which I don't personally have any connection to, actually have value, period. And I'm obliged to consider their welfare, whether I feel something for them or not. I used to believe moral nihilism was wrong until I spent some time listening to their arguments. Why would you believe it was wrong if it's so purely obvious? And thinking about it recently, the problem is that Gary takes their arguments out of context. In what way? And completely misrepresents them, liar. Again, you can't prove any of this nonsense. I've made my simple argument why I'm not a moral nihilist. I arrived on Earth. I had sensations. I recognized they are decidedly good and bad in and of themselves. I don't make them good or bad. They're just obnoxious, okay? Pain is obnoxious all by itself. I don't have to make it bad. It makes itself known as bad. And I just recognize that's the boogeyman. That's the good and bad thing happening, are the sensations. And it just doesn't matter where sensation is. It's always the same thing. Good sensations are good. Bad sensations are bad. Doesn't matter what vessel they happen to be occupying. They're a thing. The sensation itself is the thing. The vessels are irrelevant. Out of context, misrepresented. You can't learn anything about moral nihilism by watching Emendum videos. Well, I mean, you can, if in the sense that I will show you a moral nihilist and I'll show you what they do. And I'll show you how they convert the word bad into the word not good. There are two false statements that he keeps repeating. Nihilists deny the difference between suffering, nail in the eye, and pleasure, cupcake. Well, they do. They don't. You can objectively say that suffering feels bad. Well, again, it feels bad. It is bad, right? And pleasure feels good for another individual in a specific or all cases. In a specific or all cases. Well, again, the point is the feeling bad is the bad thing. The feeling good is the good thing. So again, you want to change which one causes which. It doesn't really matter. The end product is there's feeling good and there's feeling bad. And if you agree that it's bad, then it needs to be corrected. But you can't come to a normative moral conclusion regarding your own actions out of that unless you have a personal relation. So again, this guy's saying somehow you have to empathy to mental states of others. Why do I have to have any of that? So you're just making a declarative statement. You're saying it is the truth. That the only way you can understand somebody else's pain or something, you have to feel their pain in some way, or you have to empathize or some kind of crap like that. When no, you don't. You just have to recognize it and respect it. So if you respect the idea that it's bad and you see it happening, you don't need any empathy. You just need the understanding that that's a bad thing happening. Uh, so wrong. Yeah, entirely. Suffering is a negative. Okay, here we go. A negative is a deficit that needs to be fixed. So that's a quoting me. There's no implication that we ought to fix negative states. So again, that's because you don't think negative is negative. Again, there's no point in saying the word like somehow you're know what a negative state is and I know what a negative state is when you're using completely different language to describe a negative state. You're not saying a negative state is a negative. And now you'll demonstrate it. Try this example, which again, making metaphors or analogies to something that is singularly unique in the universe as far as we know. There's no other thing to compare consciousness to, sensation to, feelings to. There's nothing else like them in the universe. A full glass of positive, I guess that's glass. An empty glass is negative. There you go. So you think you think an empty glass, which is nothing, is the same as a negative. Do you understand how you just exposed yourself, so to speak? Why would I fix an empty glass? There's nothing wrong with an empty glass. How have you positively respected the sense of urgency of badness by calling something empty or lacking good, being absent of good fluid? That's not the description of a negative. When you walk into a bar and see someone having an empty glass in front of them, where do you see any imperative implication that you ought to refill the glass? So again, why would I? Because that's essentially comparing it to a zero state, not a necessary state. So if you made the analogy oxygen, all right, something that the individual needs to breathe and they're suffocating, now ask me the question. I see somebody suffocating because you've emptied their oxygen out of their thing. They have an empty glass bulb, globe, and I can easily just hit the button to refill them. You're saying I don't have any imperative to press the button? There's bad happening. The individual's suffering. They're suffocating to death. Of course I do, because it's bad. To fix the deficit, so to say, makes no sense. Well, to you it makes no sense. To me, it makes infinite sense. So that's the difference between me and you. To me, I can't make any sense of saying I know what a negative sensation is, and now I will ignore that understanding that it's negative, the extent of its negative, the brutality of its negativeness, and I will just ignore it.
Yeah, I'm still streaming. I'm just laying down right now.
Why would I do that?
Vibing, closing my
Again,
eyes,
my
listening to
logic to
Mendem.
you is, why would I see a distinction between a machine that makes conscious experiences and a machine that makes conscious experiences?
Going for almost 4 hours.
Why would I think this one matters, this one being comfortable, and that one doesn't matter whether it's comfortable? I either have to believe they both matter or neither matter, but I can't logically make a distinction. So as soon as you're making a distinction, you failed. And in my opinion, you're a liar if you say it doesn't matter to you. So there's only the third curtain, number 3 is the only one to pick. They both matter, and they both matter equally.
It was lovely to join in during the Mendem video.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
It
Glad
should
you
be
enjoying
pointed
it.
out that moral nihilists don't believe in the is-ought gap because they like to, or because they don't own morals, or because they think we should abandon morals. No, you're selfish cunts looking for excuses. They believe in the is-ought gap because it's a logical conclusion. Why is it logical? Again, I don't understand. I come to Earth. I feel sensations. The bad ones are decidedly bad in and of themselves. Nasty motherfuckers. And they're nasty motherfuckers no matter what brain they're in. That's just logical. I've already decided that. That's also logical. I can find no logical excuse to think it matters when it's happening to me and it doesn't matter when it's happening to him. So I'm just saying there's no way I can evade it, that truth. And you're saying somehow you're being honest to the truth to say, no, I'll make theirs disappear and keep mine as important. Or somehow you're lying
No,
and
what they're
saying, I
saying
don't think
is
either one
their
are
pain
important.
is existent. It just
Fuck you.
isn't. It's not morally relevant.
Because it's a logical conclusion. It's a sad
But
truth,
I think
so
that's
to
silly.
say. Why would it
It's
be
also
sad? I think
wrong
it'd
what
be
you're
a
saying.
kick-ass truth. I wish this nonsense of yours was true. I wish it was true that either all the other individuals' pain and suffering isn't real pain and suffering, or that mine wasn't. I mean, I wish I could say that was true, but I can't. The negative does exist. The universe made it. It's a fact. And it's the worst, most horrid fact in the universe. Um, from my perspective, ethics are built upon three axioms. Well, who cares? You're an asshole. Empathy, pity, which, evolutionary function. Again, yeah, evolutionary bigoted function. Okay, a function developed out of bigotry for a kind, to perpetuate a specific kind of DNA molecule, has nothing to do with intelligence. Avoiding the feeling of guilt, probably psychological mechanism developed from our cultural history. No, feelings of guilt is really, the word is kind of fucked up, is acknowledgement of failure. So when you acknowledge failure, you feel guilty. That's what it is. The categorical imperative as a mutual contract. Yeah, right, whatever. Political. If the participants in a society can hurt each other, then none should hurt anyone so I can live my life. Whatever that means. Social contract. Yeah, well, whatever. That's a whole different subject. We're talking about absolutes and the existence of net end game resolution of what took place. And the fact that we have to make all these contracts to be able to even survive, to have the conversation with each other, is just makes it messy. It doesn't make it a better game. It doesn't make it more logical. It's an impediment to logical directness. Is this assholery that we have to indulge in all these conversations with idiots? None of these come from real logic, but are rather connected to a personal interest. And exactly, which is, in my opinion, illogical. Life isn't personal. Life is happening to many organisms, so it would be idiotic for me to think that anything about the reality of being alive just has to do with my personal interest. That would be just silly. But if someone, let's say, is a super intelligent psychopath, which isn't really possible, super intelligent harmer of things, no, not possible, who otherwise understands everything, denies these axioms, then you can't explain to him why he should act moral. There's no moral logic without personal subjective interest. Again, no, that's just not true. The fact that um, you have to believe in your beliefs emotionally, um, for you to act is, yeah, a fact. Your level of confidence, probably not the right concept to deal with, just confidence alone. But the fact that you have to make it personal, but the personal interest is devotion to something simple like the truth. If you're devoted to the truth, then logical principles are fundamentally very important to you personally. Subjective interest in the well-being of others. Here's something I wrote down recently. Wow, how exciting. Suffering is bad for the sufferer. Here we go again. So again, it's not in the universe. It doesn't happen as an event in the universe. It's not bad in and of itself. It's not bad intrinsically. It's not bad. Right? The sufferer's suffering can be acknowledged by the observer to be labeled objectively as bad for the sufferer. Well, again, bad for the sufferer, the suffering, but it isn't real suffering because it's not in the universe. It's only in the sufferer. So again, it didn't happen in the universe. This is just such crap. Nothing wrong here, but this doesn't say how the observer values his reaction to the sufferer's suffering. Well, his reaction to the suffering is irrelevant. His acknowledgement of existence is all that's required. Once he's acknowledged the existence of something exactly the same as what he experiences as suffering, and he knows his suffering is bad, then he knows what's happening over there is bad. And now bad has happened, and bad must be fixed, just like it must be fixed when it happens to me. If the observer is empathetic and capable of feeling pity, which again, in my opinion, has nothing to do with this subject, the sufferer's suffering is bad for him and bad for me. I ought to stop it. Well, again, you just said here, the sufferer's suffering is bad for him and bad for me. So you're saying that it has to be bad for you before you'll acknowledge its existence, before you'll act as if you acknowledged its existence. Merely acknowledging the existence of bad isn't good enough for you. If the observer is apathetic and doesn't care, well, again, to be apathetic would have to require you not to think it's bad. So again, you're just taking away the word bad either way. You don't think bad is really bad, period. You don't understand that bad is bad, which means it's a negative, which means it has to be corrected logically. It's unacceptable. Bad is not the acceptable condition. It's an unacceptable condition. The sufferer's suffering is bad for him and neutral for me. Well, again, so you're saying that this neutral for me part somehow is more logical because you don't have any. You're emotionally neutral. It means you still don't understand it's bad. Like I said, I was pretty emotionally neutral on the whole subject of Jews and this and that and all that kind of crap. But that didn't change the fact that I could recognize the horrible conditions and the awful suffering. So it had nothing to do with who was doing it. It had to do with the fact that it was happening and it was bad. Period. I didn't ought to do anything. I don't ought to do anything. Again, this whole idea that you've neutralized bad into nothing. You've just said bad is a neutral condition. You said you feel neutral, therefore bad must be neutral. You've said your reaction, your emotional reaction, which is neutral, I don't feel anything, therefore nothing must be happening. When intellectually I know something's happening. So you're saying that somehow you can know intellectually that something bad is happening, but because you don't feel like something bad's happening, you won't act. Then you're stupid. If the observer is a sadist, well, again, then he's an idiot. The sufferer's suffering is bad for him and good for me. Well, again, that's your interpretation of value exchanges, which has to do with everybody feeling instead of anybody thinking. Frankly, I think logically. I don't feel logically. I ought to torture him some more. Even though you know torture's bad, even though you know creating bad is bad, you ought to do it because you feel like it. I mean, that's just stupid. Again, if I would be smart enough, if tomorrow, right now, I had some feeling come up inside of me where I just said, oh, I would just love to torture my neighbor. Ooh, that would feel so cool. I'd love to, like, yeah, stick big, giant, pointy sticks in and out of them and stuff. And blah, 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 blah. I would still logically know, can't do that. It's suffering. Can't cause suffering. Suffering's bad, okay? I'd have a dissidence would be created. The feeling wouldn't be acted on. Anyway, genocide, slavery, and systematic torture, degradation, exploitation, are neither rational nor irrational. So all of this bad causing stuff, all this stuff causing bad sensations, you know they're bad because you've experienced them. They're bad sensations. You can't tell the rational difference between a world where you don't create them and a world where you do create them. I say you're an idiot. But it depends on us, the ones with empathy. Well, I don't think you have any empathy in the first place. I don't think you have any emotional character. But you're an imbecile, so what good is it? Who cares what your emotional character is when you can't guide it with any kind of intelligence? And I'm going to make again my argument. I was born without emotional character. I acquired emotional character through intelligence, through knowledge of reality. And so the fact that if you're going to claim you don't have empathy, you can only not have empathy because you don't understand what's happening. To stop these crimes in favor of our own interest, yeah, in favor of our own interest, yeah, like always doing the
I
right
don't
thing
know.
is
I think
profitable.
objectivity is more like universal
Personally, it's always that's the way the world really
values.
works, right? That it's
The
always in your own self-interest
supposed
to
to
do
each
the
their
right
own.
thing. Everything will be just fine. Just be a randy and selfish cunt, and everything will work out just great. Fuck you. And not let psychopaths, well, you are a psychopath, take over again. But again, it all comes from feelings, not logic. That statement itself, it all comes from feelings, not logic, is the same thing as saying feelings versus intelligence. Logic is a function, an intelligent function. Logic isn't a feeling function. You
Hmm.
don't do feeling logic, you do thought and understanding. You manipulate concepts and descriptions of reality with logic. That's what logic works with. Feelings are silly opinions at best and gobbledygook at worst. Useless mush, glue, bigotry, crap. Anyway, fuck you people. All right, yeah, so I'll just add my little blah 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 here. There's another guy whining. This guy who trolls in the comments. I was expecting the warning to be because of something they said or did in Let's Draw. Well, we don't know what they did or in Mike's room, but I've been called a child molester, scum of the earth, and a million nasty ad hominem attacks. Yeah, I'm calling you what you
Basically,
represent as a philosophy,
word games and
okay,
bullshit.
which is self-indulgent, ignorant,
True
emotionalism
philosophy.
by a fellow A.N. Emendem, and he is still allowed in. Well, yeah, an emotional anti-nihilist, again, let's recognize, isn't any better than a Nazi. I mean, the bigotry against the Jews isn't any better than his bigotry. He's saying, I have an emotional problem with life, therefore everybody else should be obliged to satisfy my emotional agenda. He's not making a rational argument for AN. He's making an irrational, personal, subjective, emotional defense. He's basically saying everybody should like what I like. Fuck you. You either demonstrate it, if you're going to impose on somebody, you either do it with a logical argument or you don't do it. So if you can't logically defend AN, you have no business attempting to impose anything on anybody. If you can't logically defend your action, you can't justify acting against anyone else's interests. Period. Based on your emotions. It's just absolute bullshit. No, that's enough of that. All right, so I just thought I'd go a little on this brain science thing.
Very nice
So
metaphor.
what I would argue is the neurons are just reflexes. Okay, so let's just understand the first neuron was just a way to expedite reaction time. So electricity moves faster than chemistry. So the neuron happened because it creates an electrical way to create action at one end and action at another end of an organism. And then this knee jerk, this reactive element, ended up being cascaded. So they would be thought triggers. If this, do this knee jerk. If that, do this knee jerk. So all this if questioning thing started happening. And so it started making this cascade of reflexes, the beginnings of a brain. Now, in the development of this reflexive mechanism, we ended up with all our senses. All our senses are neuron-based senses. Okay, neurons run from the tip of our fingers all the way up to our brain, a single neuron. There are very long neurons are some of the biggest cells in your body. They're very long. um, um, and our eyes, our hearing, it's all a neuron-based system of sensation. And now these knee jerks, in a sense, especially with eyes, there's this huge amount of information. So yeah, the first eyeball just said, yeah, daylight, no daylight. Lights on, lights off, and then it started seeing more and more detail. Started refining how much because there's so much to glean out of the environment, a ton of information, and essentially the brain, the neural network, the complexity of this arrangement started modeling the world as representations, as neural packets. So there was little bits of neurons that started now being a representation of tree, our sky, our bird. So then things got categorized as food and threat, and put into different categories, in a sense. And this little model of reality in our brain would play, and it would feed our behavior based on our experience. Now, the only way that can really work is there has to be some way for it to learn actively. There has to be some way to have a reward and punishment system. There has to be value. But anyway, so just think of it as this idea that it's just creating a mental model. Now, your brain right now, if it wanted to, it could give you the illusion of a steel ball floating right in front of me here. My brain could create that. It could create the illusion of it right there in front of me. And it could even probably program my sensations to feel it. So I can not only see it, but feel it. My brain probably is capable of creating a delusion that real, where it makes me really think it's a real thing in the world. But it's just synthesized in my brain. See? Get this? Your brain attempts to model reality because that's what works over time. Good representations of reality work. That's why we don't have a bunch of fake things in our world. It's because it was so much more efficient as a machine if it didn't make fake things. But the trick was, fake material things, fake trees for us to avoid. Why would we avoid a fake tree? That kind of thing. You know what I mean? The brain just didn't bother with that because there was so much value in seeing reality that it didn't fuck with it. But the part it did fuck with was the value part. Value is like a little steel ball. It's a thing it could place in our world. So in our model, it synthesized this fake thing called pain and pleasure. These are not real things in the world, but they're real in our model. And that's the part that matters, is we experience the model in our neurology. We're not living in the world. We're living in the model in our brain. And the model in our brain created pain and pleasure. And pain is really overrated, but let's not get into it. It created this noise, this obnoxious sensation. So it fell upon it probably through experimentation, right? It's modeling the world. It's using these new senses, eyes and ears, and different feelings, tentacles, lots of organisms, different kinds of sensing devices. And these sensations are coming in. It's creating a mental model. And the real point is that once it establishes that it can cover things in our reality with an extra dimension of value. Now we can have a feeling associated with things. And the feeling is this, obnoxiousness, this noise thing. So you could say that the brain just fell on that. It fell on that capacity because it was useful. But it's just a synthesized element of reality. So it doesn't exist in that universe, the real world. It exists in the model our brain has made. But the model our brain has made of reality is in reality. So this new creation of pain is real. It's in reality. It's in a model, but in every sense it's real because it's included in the model of reality. But it's a synthesized perception. It's a synthesized perception in our model. So there's no reason to extract it from reality, and every reason to understand that it's not a representative of something in reality, It's something our brain used. It's a contrivance, a synthetic creation to make us capable of learning and valuing. It creates value and therefore motivation, imperative, importance, all the big words. You can't have that without that synthetic value. So that's when we stop being robots, so to speak. We're still robots, but only not in the so to speak way. We're not robots in the simple way. We're robots in this more complex way where our robot is really two robots. One creating reality and one reacting